Okay, so we're going to get started. We're having some difficulty with the video feed, and for people who are online, I think you should be able to hear what's happening, but you won't be able to see it. And there should be prompts for when you can speak after agenda items, when we get to those items, and hope the town clerk will remind me of that. And we'll just have to move forward. I do believe this is being recorded, but it may not show up live streaming right now. Okay. So I am going to do roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ager.
Here.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
Mayor Blash.
Here. And can I get someone to move the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Councilmember Ager.
Sorry, I was reading a text that says it's not on TV from a resident. What was the
She just
issue?
announced that.
No, I've just got a text from a
Hearing aids in.
resident who said they can't see it.
Right, we were aware.
I was reading the text. What's the issue?
They're voting on the approval of the agenda.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes, and again, we can't, Councilmember Egger is right, people can't see it on the video right now, which is unfortunate, and we're working on that. I believe people can hear it, is that correct? And we should be able to give them prompts when it's an opportunity to speak after an agenda item. Right? Okay. So we're going to now move to the land acknowledgement. And the Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. I'm not going to read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to facilitate the conduct of the people's business and encourage civil engagement in town council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. So please turn off cellular phones or place them in silent mode. Generally, we try to avoid shouting, clapping, booing, or stomping or other behavior during public comment or council deliberation, unless there's, we want to provide a respectful and comfortable environment for all of the people who are participating so that they can freely express their point of view. And of course, clapping and et cetera is acceptable if we're doing something celebratory, such as a police pinning, proclamations for people, welcoming new staff and council members, and other celebratory announcements. So the town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. Right. So we are going to move on to the regular agenda. And again, what we generally do is we start out with a presentation from staff. We ask any questions that are clarifying. We move to public comment, and then we move to deliberation afterwards. The first item that we have before us tonight is to introduce, waive first reading, and read by title only an ordinance adding chapter 10.030, operation of electric mobility devices to Fairfax Town Code regarding electric mobility devices.
Mayor, if I may just mention, the Zoom seems to be working regularly now, so that's good. Everyone, I've gotten reports that it is working and everyone can see as well. So I wanted to just talk for a couple of minutes and then turn it over to our presenters. One thing that I'll mention is we got some comments about the title, electric mobility devices. And so we'd like to add the word micro mobility in all cases, so that it would be clear that we're discussing e-bikes, electric scooters, one wheels, those types of things that are used by the general public and children specifically. This does not in any way address disabled assistance vehicles like a wheelchair or electric wheelchair. So with that, I wanted to let you know this e-bikes have been a concern that we've heard a number of times at council meetings, in public comment, and the chief and all of us at town hall have been working with the other jurisdictions within Marin to come up with a solution that would we could implement as efficiently as possible. And so the chief has been working on sharing services to keep costs down, on training programs. And we're very fortunate today to have Talia Smith here from the county, who will talk about the program, because it is a model program that started with the county adopting this model ordinance. And I know she has presented at the County Board of Supervisors as well as other local jurisdictions within Marin. And our ability to adopt this type of ordinance was actually something that she worked on because motor vehicles are controlled by the state. And so we needed a special AB 1778 state law in order to allow us to have this pilot program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Talia.
Thank you for the introduction. Good evening to your council. My name is Talia Smith. I'm with the Office of the County Executive, and I work on legislative and intergovernmental affairs. And thank you for the introduction, Heather. The reason I work on this is because, as Heather noted, there is a pretty direct nexus with state law as to what can be allowed when it comes to putting new age limits on bicycles. That is actually not typically the jurisdiction of a local government, but here before your council, you have the opportunity to make that decision because of a state law that was passed last year. All right. Perfect. So I just wanted to give some brief overview of how we got to where we are today. I'm sure to your council, concerns around youths on e-bikes, and particularly the throttle e-bikes, is something that you're probably very familiar with. I want to just note that where we started was we saw between 2019 and 2022, 110% increase in 911 EMS calls that involved youth on bicycles. And actually at the time, we were not tracking e-bikes versus bicycles, but we did just see this spike in EMS responses and 911 calls. So actually we worked with our EMS partners in 2023, our public health officer, Dr. Matt Willis did, and we actually started tracking these 911 calls as to whether it involved a conventional bicycle or it involved an e-bike. And what we saw very quickly when we started tracking that data in fall of 2023, and we are still seeing consistently now through 2025, is that for conventional bikes, the youth age group, so 10 to 15 school age youth, have a relatively similar accident rate to other age groups. It's about 1.5 times higher. But when it comes to e-bikes, that youth age group, 10 to 15, have a 5 times higher accident rate than other age groups. So we do know with data that e-bikes pose a very heightened safety risk to young riders. I just want to note one more before we go on is that, this is not even really just about the accident rate, but really there's been some folks in the medical community that have actually brought this forward because some of the injuries that they were seeing that involved youth on some of these bikes due to the speed of the bikes, the weight of the bikes were much more akin to the injuries that you would see in a motor vehicle accident. Very, very, very serious injuries, of course, on young riders. Next slide, please. So this graph is actually updated live every month. This is our bicycle safety dashboard. It's maintained by our public health staff. And what this shows you, and I tried to draw some lines so it's very clear to see, but what it just shows you is the blue bars. You are seeing that youth have a higher accident rate than these other age groups. However, it's no more than 1.5 times as high. But if you look at these orange bars, what you are seeing is a significantly higher accident rate. And again, the accidents that we track are 911 EMS accidents. So if somebody falls over on their bike, doesn't call 911, this doesn't make it into our tracker. Next slide. Sorry, thank you. Okay, so I just want to start with types of e-bikes in California. So there are 3 legal classes of e-bikes in California. This is going to be really key because the ordinance that your council is going to be considering involves some class 2 e-bikes. So I just want to start with class 1 e-bikes. These are pedal assist only, so they don't have a throttle. And the max speed the motor can assist to is up to 20 miles an hour. Class 2 e-bikes have a throttle, so these can be powered without pedaling, and their max assisted speed is also up to 20 miles an hour, and that's again with the motor. Class 3 e-bikes are pedal assist only, but the motor can assist up to 28 miles an hour. And I just want to note that it's already state law, has been state law for a number of years, that Class 3 e-bikes are limited to riders 16 and up. They also have to have a speedometer. All right. So I just want to note kind of before we jump into the ordinance, just some of the general work that our board, I'm sure some of your council and community members have been doing around youth e-bike safety for a few years. So I just want to highlight some of that important work. Starting with on the state level, that's what regulates what I just showed you, the 3 e-bike classes and ridership ages. But when it comes to actually regulating these devices, that is actually on the federal level. That's what the Consumer Product Safety Commission. And last year, Supervisor Mary Sackett and myself actually met with 2 of the members from the Safety Commission, as well as testified with Dr. Matt Willis at their priority hearing, just around having that commission take a closer look at these e-bikes that have been on the rise nationally. I also just want to note on this that here in Marin, we're really proud that we've been tracking this data really early compared to other parts of the country. But the Consumer Product Safety Commission did release their own report in the fall of 2023 that essentially mirrored the trends that we're seeing here. They saw much higher accident rates. Youth actually made up twice the number compared to their percentage of the population. They made up twice as many micromobility accidents. Micromobility is the word that we use to describe e-bikes, e-scooters, hoverboards, but they did their own, kind of report on this. And so really, we know that what we're seeing, we're a little bit of the canary in the coal mine because we've had early adoption here in Marin, but what we're seeing is a national concern. So I just want to note that we did convene in the fall a special committee on youth e-bike safety. I've been staffing that. Supervisor Mary Sackett has been on it, and we do have members from cities and towns on that committee. We have law enforcement, we have schools, we have a bike shop owner. So we really convened this in the fall as a way of looking at holistically, what are we going to do around Marin to really improve, or really address, I should say, the concerns we're seeing with youth on e-bikes. So this slide here, I'm not going to actually go into each of these, but I just want to note that at the state level in Sacramento, they have been concerned just around general e-bike safety, so both on the youth level, but also on things like around batteries and regulations. So there have been a number of bills, even just last year, that went to address this, and in prior years as well. The bill I want to highlight on here is Assembly Bill 1778. That's what actually your council is going to be considering today. And what that was, which we'll actually jump to the next slide, what that bill did was it authorized Marin to essentially be a pilot county, and it authorized jurisdictions on an opt-in basis to essentially what this slide says here, regulate class 2 in the same way that we regulate class 3. What that means is take class 2 e-bikes that have the throttle and apply the same age restrictions as class 3, which means the rider has to be 16 and up. I want to note that there are nothing has changed for class 1 e-bikes, so those are still legal for all ages. And then the other note that this Assembly bill did as part of this opt-in was under California law, if you're over 18, if you're not a minor, you would not be required to wear a helmet with a class 2 e-bike, but this law would require all riders to wear helmets with class 2 e-bikes. The last piece I want to just note before we move on of why this focus on class 2 e-bikes, we do know that while I'm giving you the legal speeds of 20 miles an hour, there are numerous instances where these bikes have been tampered with to go much more than 20 miles an hour. And actually numerous instances, this goes back to why we wanted to engage on the federal level, the Product Safety Regulatory Commission, because a number of these products are sold with, for instance, QR codes that allow somebody to download a software instantly and change that max speed much higher than 20 miles an hour. When you're talking about a bike that's only propelled with a throttle, then you're getting much more into really what's an electric motorcycle. And when you're talking about a young rider under 16 who doesn't have a license, that can be a very dangerous situation. All right. So just want to note that when we passed this last year, we did know it was opt-in. We also knew that it was really important to be talking to cities and towns about this, be talking to our law enforcement agencies, because we do not see this bill as being effective if there's a patchwork across Marin as to some jurisdictions that would allow throttle e-bikes for under 16 and some that wouldn't. So what we at the county, really kind of led in some of these discussions since the fall is informing folks about this bill, what is needed in terms of a countywide strategy, as well as public education campaign, which I'm just going to touch on in my last slide. But what we really kind of came to is this really important that we're consistent across the county and that we also have a consistent coordinated implementation date. So we at the county went first in March and we have a delayed implementation date of this summer, knowing that through the spring, cities and towns would be considering the ordinance as well so that we could all be implementing this summer. The last note, or I should say third to last note. I just want to note that, a law will not, we are under no impression that a law is going to solve our concerns around the way young people are riding on e-bikes. That's why we are pairing this with a public education campaign that we have been working really hard on and have some really teen targeted messaging. And we're going to be partnering with the cities and towns and schools to get those materials out. We're really excited. We are on track to really finalize them at the end of next week. So we're going to get those out before the end of school. And the safety campaign not only messages what the new laws will be in Marin, but also messages really safe riding tips, around the need to replace brakes more frequently on e-bikes than regular bikes, that your speed can be faster going downhill, that you really need to be sharing the path, no tandem riding. So we know that there's a lot of safety messaging, beyond just new laws. So just a timeline of where we're at. Of course, your council is considering this ordinance, but just wanted to give you kind of in the big picture of where we are. I think I described some of the things earlier on this timeline, and that by back to school, we do expect, should all the councils approve them, that they will be in place countywide. So we have really consistent, clear messaging. And I just want to note, and this actually is my last slide, how are we going to be measuring success of this? We wanted to start by how we got here was the really concerning high accident rates among the youngest riders, of course, and the types of accidents. So we are, robustly continue to collect 911 accident rates on e-bikes among youth in our county, and we have not seen those rates go down. But we do think that, with this coordinated approach, one of our measures of success is, do those rates go down? And I also wanted to note, of course, with our public safety campaign, we want to see, that messaging distributed, as well as, the impact and intake in the schools. And I also just want to note, and of course, your chief is here to, I think, discuss, any further questions on this. But it's been very clear in our communications around, one of the most impactful pieces of this law will be, again, really, really clear messaging for middle schoolers, for parents of teens under 16, that teens should not be on these bikes. But we do not see this as a standalone enforcement operation. We think, in the vast majority, if not all of the cases where somebody might be cited on this, it will be a secondary infraction. And so it will, again, primarily be a messaging tool, but one that is also, will help middle schools also be able to enforce the bikes that they allow on their campuses. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I don't know if you had anything else to add.
Thank you, Talia, for that wonderful presentation, for taking your time to come out here and present in front of the council here today. Just to add to what Talia was saying, we are also, should this ordinance pass before the next school year, it is our goal to partner with Ross Valley School District to come up with a letter that addresses this ordinance to the parents and to the families of the students prior to the school year so that they are fully aware of what's expected at campus and off campus now with the new ordinance that's approved, let's say, in a couple months in town. So we also have those in place. And in speaking with the superintendent recently, he has no plans of shutting down their registration program that they currently have. They're still willing to keep it open and get the assistance they need from us if there's a possibility for that partnership to continue.
Okay, is there anything else from staff? Then I'll move on to questions from council, and I'm just going to go down the line. I see Councilmember Garanghelli, and then we'll move to Councilmember Kohler. And
I have a simple question. Why not just outlaw e-bikes? Why is this even happening or allowed?
Is the question, why not outlaw e-bikes for all riders of all ages?
No, for people that are not licensed to drive. 15, whatever the age is, there's a certain age.
Mhm.
We all went to school. We got, 16, whatever it was, 15 and a half. Worked pretty well, I guess. And now we're letting 10-year-olds ride all over the place with electric motorized bicycles. It's very dangerous, and this is a nice effort, but whatever happened to the word no?
So I will note, and we started the presentation, that it's actually the state vehicle code that governs these laws. And so we actually started this bill with a statewide change to essentially classify class 2 in the same category as 3. And that would just essentially make what your council is considering tonight just law statewide. The legislature is waiting on a report that was part of an assembly bill 2 years ago around e-bike safety to legislate further on e-bike regulations. So essentially the options given to Marin as our assembly member that wanted this bill was, either wait until that report comes out in January 2026, or you can do a Marin only opt-in pilot. And so it's actually the changes at the state vehicle code that there's essentially a section now that says Marin's e-bike safety pilot that allows us to do this. But in terms of going further, we don't have the statutory authority at the local level to go further than what the vehicle code allows us to.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yeah, I have a few questions. So a couple of things, and this may be a limitation in the vehicle code. We know that most of these bikes are quite expensive. And so it's not necessarily going to disproportionately affect kids of low income. And I was concerned that the fine is $25. I like the idea of or education. I think that's something I did at the Air District with Woodsmoke. But then the fines escalated. So the second time, I would suggest we go to $75. No education there. You're out, you pay that. I don't think a $25 fine does anything for most of the people who really can afford this. And then $125. So to me, I don't see a deterrent there, and this may be a limitation in the vehicle code that doesn't allow us to go further. And maybe you can say, is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And then, thank you. And then I have two other things. And one is, it was my understanding when this started about a year ago or more than that, that the kids can cut a line on the bike, not necessarily change the software so they can go faster. And whatever it is, if our police were stopping someone who had done that, there doesn't appear to be any sort of ramifications for making the bike go even faster. Is that correct? And we're not allowed to do that?
Well, I can give you a twofold answer.
Yes.
One is that last year there was a new bill that went into effect January 1 this year to make illegal, this would be including on the individual for tampering the bike, any physical device that makes the bike go faster. The legislature this year is back with another bill to make it illegal if you use a software to make the bike go faster, because last year's bill did not include that. And should that bill pass this year and go into effect January 1 of 2026, then it would be illegal.
Okay.
And sorry, I had a question on that. Can I just?
Sure, and then I have one.
So, and does that apply to class 1 and class 2 bikes? It applies to any type?
The tampering?
Yeah.
Yes, the bill would apply to any e-bike that is illegally tampered to go above its legal speed.
Okay, and it's it applies to the owner of the bike, not to whoever might be marketing or selling the software or what have you.
I need to check it, but I believe it applies to the person who made the change to the bike.
Okay.
Okay, and then my other question, and this is broader than this, but we have something called a social host ordinance where parents are hosting parties with alcohol or drugs for kids. And I'm wondering if there's some option, maybe not today, I'd like to see it today, that we consider a social host ordinance for this kind of things where the kids are riding these bikes. I mean, I live right near White Hills School, and I see what happens when that bell rings. It's crazy. So is there any way, even now, of adding this to our social host ordinance or having a takeoff of the social host ordinance where we actually go after the parents for allowing their kids to continue to ride these bikes?
That would be more of a legal answer. Can I refer that to you, Janet?
You can, but I'll have to look into that. Marin was unique anyway with that social host ordinance. The cities in Marin had started doing that. And so I need to look into that because I think your intent is to make a heftier fine and place it on the parents.
Well, I mean, the parents are going to pay it, not the kids probably. So it's not about that. I'm looking at, there's two pieces here. I've already asked about escalating the fine. But the second part, which is completely different, is where we keep catching kids that are riding these bikes and after they've had one ticket, for example, or infraction, can we start going after the parents to get rid of those bikes? Because they are very dangerous. And so it doesn't sound like you have the answer tonight.
Well, let me ask you, let me clarify. Are you talking about a fine for the parents or confiscation of the bike?
I think potentially you could do both, but I think more a fine for the parents, like our social host ordinance for drugs and stuff.
Right.
So I'd like us to, and I think I want to thank Supervisor Sackett for being a champion on this. And my last one that I kind of wonder about is, well, frankly, I just forgot what it was. But, oh, okay, so you mentioned no tandem riding. I read the ordinance. It says it's allowed tandem riding if there's room on the bike for it. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so in the ordinance, it specifically talks about no tandem riding when the seat doesn't provide that space. I see these bikes and I see two kids riding on them, and the seat is longer than one little body. So it sounds to me like we are allowing tandem riding, whereas your presentation talked about no tandem riding. And what the ordinance speaks to is only where it's kind of a one seat thing and then you shove a kid on something else. But the seats are like banana seats, they're longer. So am I correct in reading the ordinance that there can be tandem riding where that's the case?
There are some bikes that are legally built to carry two people.
Yeah.
And this is actually, but you are correct that there's also bikes that legally are classified as a one-person bike, but have a very long seat that almost is inviting for multiple riders,
Well-
but that bike is not legally built.
So
Okay, I had the same question, but so if the information that the bike store is giving to the new owner of this bike, are they saying, is it going to be clear? And hey, by the way, this is a single person bicycle and you're subject to.
Yeah, and I will just be plain that this is actually, why we were really pushing on our engagement on the product regulatory side, because creating a product that looks like it's inviting two riders when that is not legal for two people to ride is really actually a product enforcement. And we want to work with our bike stores and get that information out. But legally, there are bikes that are made for multiple riders. And so we do have to honor that that is legal when the bike is manufactured for more than one rider.
Okay, but before we, can I just
May I-
follow up?
Let's let Barbara finish.
Just,
May I?
but before you do that, okay. So there's a lot of nuance here, and where most of those Super 73s that I see and the ones that are like Super 73s, they're banana seats. And I would not expect a young kid to know that that's a one-person rider because they clearly fit two of them. I see them all the time. And so is there something we can do to the ordinance? So I'm getting from what you're saying that there are bikes that maybe they have actually two little seats. That's different. I haven't ever seen those, but I'm not busy looking at all of those. So is there something we can do to the ordinance to make it clear when we talk about the no tandem riding, that we make a distinction between what are, I'm just calling them banana seats for the sake of, I don't know how else to explain it. So I think we ought to look at that part of the ordinance when we get to that level of detail to see if there's something we can tweak there so that it is clear. And I realize you've got a pretty massive education campaign. This is going to fall on a lot of deaf ears. I mean, I know it's going to happen. People are going to zone out. So I think if we can fix that, maybe that'll be helpful.
Yeah, we can discuss that. And Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This has been really informative. So I heard you talk about consistency. So I think there's been 3 or 4 jurisdictions besides the county that have passed. Are there any variances in the ordinances thus far?
Jurisdictions that have passed are Belvedere, Tiburon, Mill Valley, Larkspur's considering tonight, Puerto Madera passed last night, San Anselmo is next week, and all the other jurisdictions I'm in do have it scheduled. I don't know if I could answer the questions around the variance. What I will say is there are some jurisdictions, like Mill Valley had an existing
Right.
e-bike municipal code that they folded into this, as well as Tiburon actually, like for their rail trail, et cetera. So my understanding is that the jurisdictions that had some existing e-bike codes, they fit the 1778 laws into those.
Okay, but no more like Councilmember Kohler was suggesting, trying to close a loophole around tandem or anything like that. No.
I can actually tell you that the 1778 law doesn't include tandem riding actually in there, because that would actually go, can let
Yeah.
other folks who know better, but that would actually go under just general reckless riding.
Okay. And was there any, I've been tracking this for a really long time, so thank you and Supervisor Sackett for pursuing this. Was there any data about the tandem riding, just out of curiosity? That wasn't an element that was being captured?
No, no. And
Okay.
in fact, actually, we just most recently did start capturing the class of e-bike in the 911 accidents. It's challenging because we're asking the first responders to capture it. And
Got it.
so, of course, when they arrive on a scene, they're tending to the life safety of the individual who's involved. And so they don't always take a picture of the bike.
Yeah.
But yes, we don't have that data, but we are trying to improve our data set.
Okay. And then back to the information that the bike stores will be providing upon purchase. Is that going to be a standard set? Like, who's developing that content? Is there going to be variance by jurisdiction?
Yes. So our main hub, which is a kind of pretty comprehensive resource webpage that we've been developing, we've been partnering with Safe Routes to Schools. So Gwen Fro at Safe Routes to Schools is I think saying a deep expert in this would be putting it lightly. So she has been really helping us get a lot of those resources together. So we do want to get those out to bike shops, but we also want to get all of those resources out to parents as well, because we do know some folks, of course, are also buying these online.
And is it going to be a requirement? Do they have to sign something that they recognize that this is a regulated product?
When they purchase it,
Yeah.
we don't have something right now that requires them to sign that at the bike store.
Okay, well, we can talk
But,
about more
yeah.
during, when we comment later. And then my last question is, has there been any thought given to, these bikes are really expensive. So I happen to know like a lot of parents have already invested like over $2,000. And so has there been any consideration in a buyback program?
There has been. We actually ran into some legal concerns around, as a public agency, referring people to a specific private buyback program. So we're trying to partner with Safe Routes to send them to Safe Routes so that Safe Routes can send them to a buyback program. But yes, we actually have heard from some folks who have purchased these bikes. And, part of our response to that is, one, we already know the middle schools way before this law actually said you can't park these bikes on campuses. So we know we're coming in after that. So if there's, a class 2 e-bike that was purchased for a middle schooler, they already can't ride it to school. And, if the child is close to 16, then one option, of course, is to hold on to the bike until they become 16. And then if the child is not close to 16, part of our safety messaging is, the reason, of course, we're passing this law is because these are big, serious, heavy bikes. And so maybe it's just not the right bike for, a child who's several years away from being 16 to be on.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Egger.
Yes, thank you. An e-bike is a good transportation alternative, and there's a lot of adults riding e-bikes, and of course, a lot of kids. The safety is the issue here. I've been driving at say 25 miles an hour down Center Boulevard and been passed by kids on e-bikes. They're probably going 30 plus miles an hour. Some Super 73s, and some look even bigger than a Super 73. But, and also then we see them doing wheelies down Center Boulevard also, or on Broadway. It's like, okay. The liabilities with the parents on an e-bike, and the parents need to understand that e-bike they bought for their child, they bear the legal responsibility, the liability. And I think we've got to, impress upon the parents that is a fact. I've stopped at our yellow blinking pedestrian lights in Fairfax, and the pedestrians crossing the street, and I'll stop at the pedestrian light, and the pedestrians walking across the street, and someone on an e-bike would just fly right by and almost hit the pedestrian. I've seen that happen a number of times right here in Fairfax. So I don't know what do we do? Do we actually write citations for pedestrian violation to an e-bike? driver or rider? Is that possible?
An e-bike on the roadway is considered a vehicle. So any violations that an e-bike is conducting, like a stop sign violation or a red light violation, or even crossing a pedestrian walkway, crosswalk while there's a pedestrian on it, also meets the criteria of a violation under the vehicle code. So yes, we do. And what's being proposed to you today is similar to Mill Valley, Tiburon, and I believe Belvedere now. Their ordinance is where we have the provisions of AB 1778, but we're also adding to it an element for where we can allow not just the student, or not student, the minor, but also the parents to attend now an educational program that we partnered with Mill Valley for. So we send them to, instead of going straight to traffic court with their ticket, they can be referred to the Mill Valley's educational program that we partner with to help teach the program as well. And we teach, they have to complete the program, the person that created the violation, so the minor. And also there's an element where we also educate the parents. So they have to complete these programs so that their tickets don't go to the traffic court. If they don't complete it, we send a ticket, which includes the violation of AB 1778, along with the cost for the violations that they had, that the minor did. Like, for example, whatever's on how much the cost of that violation is for running through that crosswalk while somebody was crossing it. So to avoid those penalties, they would have to complete the programs.
What if the child or the kid doesn't have a driver's license? They're 15 years old. They don't have a driver's license. How do you cite someone that doesn't even have a driver's license?
And that's
Is
why
there
we're
a process?
And that's why we're doing this program, so that it's an educational campaign. And then if it goes to traffic court, since they're a minor, it'll be still at the responsibility of the parents afterwards, even if they don't have a license.
Would there be a special ticket?
Yes.
For that
It'll be
you
a
would
ticket.
issue? It's not one that an adult would get for driving 50
So-
to 25, but
If I can relate to something where, let's say you're driving a vehicle that doesn't belong to you, but you were stopped for an issue regarding a fix-it registration issue or something regarding that vehicle, but you don't own it. It's someone else's car, you're driving it. It's the responsibility of that owner of the vehicle for that fix-it issue, right? In this case, it would be similar. It would be a minor with no license. Their name would be on it, but the parent would be contacted and the parent's name would be on there as the parent or guardian, legal guardian of this minor that caused the infraction.
has there been any discussion in Sacramento about licensing e-bikes?
I'll pass it to the expert here.
Yes. So I want to just give a little bit of background. We're certainly seeing this challenge in Marin. There's a few other communities in California that this has, I would say, are similar canaries. Probably can tell what they have in common. Santa Barbara, Montecito, San Diego, La Jolla, they have really similar challenges around young people on, I would say, these, not cheap types of e-bikes. There's been a few proposals. Again, we can't regulate this at the local level without changes in state law. There's been a few proposals at state law to address this. One has been an introduction of a bill to require a driver's license to operate an e-bike. That didn't, it didn't move through, but there's folks that are still looking at it at the state legislature level. And again, going back to that report that's due to the legislature in January 2026, that's supposed to have really specific recommendations in it for state law to change. And then the only other bill last year that created a pilot program for a county to do something earlier on e-bikes was actually San Diego County had their own version of 1778 from their assembly member, and theirs was different than ours. We thought really the root of this issue was riders, under 16 on these throttle e-bikes before the age that you would even get a motor license. San Diego chose a different tact, which is they have a model ordinance that would prohibit e-bikes from any e-bikes from any riders under 12, but no further restrictions to riders over 12. So that's what San Diego municipalities are considering. But I just give that context that yes, it is being considered, and I still don't expect the state legislature to act before January 2026.
So it's tough to ID a bike that blows through whatever, a red light or whatever, but if it's got a license plate on it, it might make it easier to run it down to find out about who the owner was. Anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you. Such great questions. They've pretty much answered most of my questions, so that's good. I think one of the variations that I think someone pointed out to me in some of the ordinances is just wording. So I think the counties might say e-bikes and others say electronic or electric mobility devices. And we are, if I'm correct, I'm going to replace that with micromobility devices.
We prepared a new draft, assuming that you might want to add the word micromobility. We had some concerns at the legal desk, I'll say, regarding making sure that we had consistency throughout our partner agencies, especially since the chief has been so cognizant of saving money by working together with Mill Valley, who uses that same terminology to do education. So we want to make sure we're just covering all the bases.
And so I just wanted to double check, is that adding that word going to cause any difficulty? It's not very different, but it does speak to it being like an electric scooter, a Segway, an electric bike, rather than like a wheelchair or a scooter intended for people with mobility impairment, right? So I just want to make sure that that was a possibility. And then,
Can I just ask, I'm not clear on
I'm
what
kind
you're,
of-
I just want to know what the change is. Is it electric micro mobility devices or micro electric mobility devices?
So it's, right now it reads electric mobility device, and we are proposing to say electric mobility, micro mobility, close device.
And that would be in every mention of those words. And you could do that administratively, like you allow it in this first reading and you don't have to come back for an additional first reading.
okay, so I think we can discuss that more when we get to discussion. I did want to also just check one other thing, which is, so tandem bikes, when we talk about tandem, are we talking about a bike that has both two seats and also like, a lot of times when I see people, when I think of a tandem bike, it's like there's two sets of pedals, right? And then I'm not sure if that's what we're talking about with tandem or if we're talking about, so there's like a clearly obvious thing that you can have two riders when there's two sets of pedals or a special little set of pedals or special little footrests in the back. Is there something that will make it obvious that it's a tandem bike versus a bike with a banana seat with two kids on it?
So there's, I wanted to point out earlier when we were talking about this in 10.30.030 E, and I believe it is 3, there's a recommendation, and it's just a recommendation, but it is in here. It says, it is recommended that those under the age of 16 and in primary control of any electric mobility, micro mobility device do not ride double, quote unquote, or tandem, quote unquote, regardless of the device's capacity or ability to do so.
Except for item 2, actually, look at item 2, because it's more specific.
That says it's unlawful as opposed to a recommendation, but this is for a single person, designed for a single person. So it's unlawful to transport a passenger when it's designed for a single person. If there's any question about that banana seat, I remember those. They do hold two kids very easily. Then 3 is trying to address that regardless of the device's capacity or ability to carry two people. It's recommended that if you're under 16, you don't do so.
I think Talia has something to add.
Yeah,
I was, and I think it is corroborating what you're saying, but just the word micromobility, which is the word that the Consumer Product Safety Commission uses, would apply to electric scooters as well, which I would actually understand why you would want this language in there, because you've probably seen an electric scooter before where you have two young riders on it. It is not made for two individuals, and you still would want an enforcement capability of making sure that that does not allowed. But changing the word to micromobility from electric mobility device would sufficiently address that. Probably.
Great. If there are no more questions, I'd like to move to public comment. Anybody else? Okay, so 2 minutes, and please come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Wendy, and I'm really dismayed that I'm finding myself up here defending people with disabilities here in Fairfax in the midst of disabled people being seriously attacked. What was that? I can't do it if it's
Damien, there's some feedback in the room. Can you fix that? Sorry, Wendy, that's just technical error.
Can I start over? Because that was it. I'm really dismayed that I'm finding myself up here defending people with disabilities here in Fairfax in the midst of disabled people being seriously attacked, fighting for actual survival federally and in the state of California specifically. Thank you for listening to me since Friday, but I'm still strongly begging you all to completely reject all uses of the phrase electric mobility devices in the entire legislation, not just micro mobility. Not just in the title, but throughout the entire legislation. Legally and literally, this term refers to wheelchairs and electric scooters disabled people use to move through their lives and the world. They are covered under the ADA. It's a term that's been used for a very long time and is well known for them, not e-bikes. If this ordinance is about e-bikes, make that really clear and use e-bike language. Use the Marin County guidelines in their model ordinance on e-bike safety. The county specifically and thoughtfully didn't use the language Fairfax is incorrectly using because they know it's a disability issue. They consulted with their county ADA officers. Even the state of California didn't use this language. It's extremely offensive, even if that's not the intent. Wheelchair and electric scooter users are allowed to use sidewalks and aren't required to wear helmets. I care about the safety of everyone on electric bikes, scooters, and wheelchairs. I had a really close friend, Big Al, die when he was run over by a truck in his electric wheelchair. So yes, I care. I also care that the town be more thoughtful and accurate in its language. If it's about e-bikes, please use the term appropriate for them. It's not electric mobility devices nor electric scooters. I've seen e-motos as a term in addition to micromobility, even though that term's a bit strange. To say all the way down at the bottom of the legislation, disability under the ADA is exempt, to me isn't good enough.
Thank you.
I just have 2 more sentences.
Okay,
Please-
can you finish up, and then we'll move on to the next person.
Please take out inaccurate, discriminatory, and potentially illegal terminology. Call e-bikes what they are. People pay more attention to laws when they understand what they are about. I will be confronting the other Marin
you.
towns about this too. I wish
Thank
the
you.
county would, and not just me.
Thank you. Okay, next, please.
Good evening, Council. Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I agree with some of what the last speaker just said, but I disagree with the mayor having given her special dispensation when everybody else is cut off at 2 minutes hard. That's improper.
Todd, I'm giving you more time too. Go ahead.
I have a number of concerns here. First off, thank you, Talia Smith. Thank you, Mary Sackett. Everybody who's worked on this on behalf of all kinds of concerned parents and family members. This is something that does need to get dealt with. It's a question of how it gets dealt with. I have some issues that I think everybody should be concerned about in the staff report here. First off, overall, the idea here is punitive, and there's a lot of costs involved in this. There's elements here that are palliative in that they will help in terms of safety courses, but there's costs involved that are not detailed here. I'll get into that in just a moment. I'd like to see this reworked. I'd like to shelve it for the moment because it's far from perfect. I'd like to see it be more proactive rather than punitive. I'd like to see a focus on the safety courses so that whether it be licensing or whether it be all kids of a certain age, that you involve parents, you involve schools, you involve safe route to schools, and you get everybody on board making it safe for kids and making it safe for the community rather than trying to penalize them and create costs. Right here, this report is erroneous for the record. It says fiscal impact, none. There's police officer time, there's cost of courses, there's public information campaign, there are legal costs that have already been spent to date, there is liability creation, and there's the cost for the police department diversion safety program. Those costs need to be detailed before implemented. There is wording here and liability creation that you should be aware of that should be struck or modified that says we'll make every effort to contact. That's in C 10.30.050. That is legally problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mallory Guide, Willow. It's very short. I think we should license all bikes. I have been harassed by people on regular bikes, on these bikes, and and there's no way for them to for us to find out who's doing this. A biker just took off my mirror 2 weeks ago, and ran away because he was right in front of me. His two friends were on the bike lane, and he didn't like that I lightly honked so he could move, and he took off my mirror. So I think all bikes, and I think all parents should be responsible for whatever their kids are doing when they're underage. And I don't want to wait until one of these kids gets killed because of how they're driving. And I think you guys need to get on this and make some very strong regulations. And I have a question because I was reading that, Frank, you want to do a charter make us a charter city. And if that is so, then can we make those rules for our citizens who are bike riders, whether they're younger or older or whatever kind of bikes they're riding? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Deborah Benz, SK Drive, Fairfax. I'm glad we're finally getting to this. I was looking at Mill Valley's proposed ordinance on tandem riding. It says no one under the age of 16 in primary control of any electric mobility device shall allow any person to ride double or tandem regardless of the device's capacity or ability to do so. So according to Attorney Colson, they softened that up a little bit. But I would suggest we don't. Also, I'm reading that under California Vehicle Code, California Vehicle Code 21204.b, passengers on an electric scooter is already prohibited by CVC 21253.e to ride tandem. And per that section of code, every rider of a bicycle must be astride a separate seat. So a banana seat is not a separate seat. Also, I used to ride motorcycles, and if I had a passenger on the back, there were foot pegs. And I think I remember reading somewhere that there's a definition of a legal e-bike carrying two people needing to have foot pegs. Also, I looked up some years back, I looked up California, in the California Vehicle Code. Each municipality has the purview to require bicycles to be licensed. I don't know if that's changed or not, but that's what maybe you could help on that, but that's what I remember when I was researching this. The other thing is a question about seeing the kid who goes to the middle school leave his electric bike and catch the street. I thought about calling you guys, our police, but what do we do if we see something like that? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, council. The first thing that I'd recommend is putting a license plate on each and every vehicle. What you don't want is you don't want your chief of police chasing a little kid who thinks they're going to get away and hurting himself, or what's worse, hurting a friend and a passenger in the back seat. If we had the means to identify a license plate, we can then go to the parents and get them to do something. As a kid growing up in San Rafael, I got to go to the commissioner, I think is Zinka, all the time for driving motorcycles, mini bikes before I had a license. The courts really couldn't do anything unless my parents forced it. So I got to donate blood. I've redone all the Dewey Decimal System books at the library a few times. I painted American Cancer Society as penalties for this driving. But if they didn't catch me and I could speed away, that was the objective. We don't want the kids getting hurt. If you put a license plate on these things, you can catch them. You can say, great, let them run, and send it to the parents. The parents are your best enforcement to really look for a way to educate the kids that they don't get hurt. Again, I'll repeat, you don't want your police officers chasing a little kid to make a bad judgment and hurting themselves or a passenger on the back. I also think if you make no tandem driving, period, because they're underage, that is a prudent choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. Hello, Jeff Guild, Bay Road. I'm hearing a lot about enforcement. It's a little overwhelming to me how much people are focused on that. I think the education and the awareness is where we need to start. I know for myself that I only recently became aware of the amount of accidents and the harm that's coming to our children. And it brought a fine point on it on the presentation earlier. I think if more people were aware of that, I think that would go far. I don't like the idea of just layering rules upon rules that are just really difficult to enforce and really tax our law enforcement. And as well, it just kind of it creates a gap between the reality and what the rules are. Has anybody seen anybody stop at any of the stop signs on Lansdale? There's stop signs all down that street, and nobody stops. It's nobody stops. And so it's just like you have this reality that's totally disconnected from the rules. So if you create rules that are too strict and unenforceable, nobody's going to pay attention to the rules. So let's start with the education. Let's start with common sense.
Great, thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Deb London. I feel both ways about it. It's kind of sad that all the spontaneity and adventure is being sucked away from kids. I mean, it's just a fact of life. And I know my kids were driving a little electric battery things when they were like literally 3 and 4 years old, ripping around. And if my boys were just a few years younger, they'd be part of those crews ripping around out there on those electrified bikes. It is frightening. I've seen tons of kids going through the stop signs, but I think that there could be some education and it could be really fun because I too, like Deb Benson, rode a motorcycle. I had my motorcycle license, and I remember taking a Tame the Iron Horse course. Super fun. It really was empowering. We have maybe up at Hamilton Air Force Base. You could do a whole obstacle course and really teach the kids how to do it, give them some sort of, maybe license them, but also make them feel proud and on board with the whole thing. And that's mostly what I have to say, because it does need addressing. It's rather out of control. Looks like fun. And anyway, that's how I feel about it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone online?
There are 4 raised hands on Zoom. The first speaker is Sandy, followed by Linda. Sandy, you may unmute yourself.
Hi. I saw a documentary about the beginning of driving cars in the early 1900s. And it took a while, maybe 15 or 20 years before there were rules, traffic rules. And the traffic rules came in when people were bumping into each other. My concern is that the kids riding e-bikes don't know what the rules are. And it's great that there'll be an educational class for them, but I think that there should be 2 kinds of licensing. There should be a license on the back of the e-bike, and probably bicycles also, and that's for accountability. And the kids should be required to take what we take in order to get a driver's license to learn the rules of the road. I was shocked when I was driving in a neighborhood. I came to a 4-way stop. The intersection was covered with uncut bushes, and a 12-year-old girl came riding her e-bike through without stopping. And it was as if she didn't think that she was going to be hurt. But kids are riding e-bikes on passing cars on the right, doing all kinds of tricks in the middle of traffic, and I think that they don't know what the rules are. And I would like to see the state require a kind of driver's license for e-bikes before they can be driven by kids under 16, as well as
Okay.
The next speaker is Linda, followed by Cindy. Linda, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's an extremely important topic. Appreciate Supervisor Sackett, Talia, the council, and especially council members Kohler and Eggers' comments. And appreciate Chief Tabaranza being there. I think the proposal is a good balance between education and having consequences. And I agree with Councilmember Kohler. We need consequences. I like the idea of licensing all bikes. I too see what Councilmember Egger has seen, bike riders weaving around pedestrians, crossing illegal crosswalks, etc. So I have a couple questions. One, to Chief Tabaranza, are we enforcing the traffic laws now? The kids on all kinds of bikes, but especially e-bikes, are riding on sidewalks. That's very dangerous to pedestrians. And I liked what San Anselmo did with sandwich signs at stop signs, and maybe we can put some on sidewalks, just saying all bikes must stop at stop signs. All bikes, perhaps we could add, must stop at crosswalks. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Gwen. Cindy, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Cindy Ross, and I live on Lansdale Avenue, and I hear, somebody else was speaking to Lansdale, and, I wanted to say that it is a designated bicycle route, and I'd like to tell a short story, if I may, before I get to my comment about the e-bikes. But when my own son was about 8 years old, riding his bicycle. We had just gotten a new puppy, so he was riding slowly on Lansdale, and I was walking behind him with the puppy. Somebody decided that they were going to cut down onto the bicycle route by avoiding the stop sign, going through the Fair and Sound Plaza, and ended up, knocking my kid over, stopping just a fraction short of completely riding all the way over him, and was screaming at him, screaming at me, and to get out of her way. And long story short, I thought I was going to have a heart attack when she gave me her card that said she was a Safe Routes to School bicycle safety instructor. And I bring that up because, when we talk about rules and education and all that, it sounds great on paper. But when it comes down to it, we need enforcement that actually protects not only the kids, but myself walking on the street, my neighbors, my dog. So I would like to see some way, to use common sense and some sort of enforcement to make sure that kids aren't riding on sidewalks, on e-bikes, aren't doing wheelies, aren't riding tandem, without helmets and wearing shorts and tank tops. I don't know. I can't tell if they're 10, 12 years old or 6.
Do you have a couple, anything else to wrap up with?
Well, yeah, just that I would like some kind of practical enforcement and common sense. And I agree with what Councilmember Girangelli has said. But I really think that under 16 or so, or at least to have a driver's license would be really, really appropriate for e-bikes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next
The
person.
next speaker is Gwen. Gwen, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. This is Gwen Fro. I'm a Fairfax resident. I'm also the program director of Marin Safe Routes to Schools. We work with 60 schools throughout the county to provide 10,000 hours of bicycle education to our children. We have been on the front line of this for 3 years now, and I just want to first and foremost thank our Fairfax Chief Tabaranza and the White Hill principals and the Ross Valley School District for their combined efforts to remove the non-compliant e-bike from our roads and our school campuses. These are the devices that have exceeded 20 miles an hour, and those typically are the Class 2 throttle bikes that we are now discussing. Chief Tabaranza, along with law enforcement from other jurisdictions, released a letter to parents throughout Marin about the dangers of the non-compliant Class 2 throttle e-bikes that exceed that 20-mile limit for Class 2. Additionally, the White Hill Institute.
Gwen, are you still with us?
She just dropped off line.
Okay. All right. Is there anybody else on the line? Okay. I guess we'll need to move on to deliberation. And yeah. Okay. I'm going to actually start on this end first because I started that end last time. So Councilmember Egger.
Okay, thank you. The ADA issues are important. Wendy brought up that issue with folks with their electric wheelchairs that travel around town. And I don't know, are they included in this? A person is that considered a micro mobility device? I don't
Answer
know.
that?
Yeah, please go ahead and answer that.
Vehicle Code 313, California Vehicle Code Section 313, electric personal assistive mobility device.
But
Mouthful.
It's included.
clarify where it is in our.
Not included.
Okay, just a sec. Can we clarify where, because I think there was wording in this specific ordinance that specifically says it's not assistive devices. Could you?
Yes, it says electric personal assistive mobility device is the same meaning as in California Vehicle Code Section 313. And then there are, excuse me, a couple of places where it says no person shall operate or ride an electric mobility, micro-mobility device upon any sidewalk, public drainage facility, culvert, ditch, channel, or other public athletic field, athletic sports court, or gymnasium in the town, except for persons with mobility disabilities utilizing a wheelchair or other power-driven mobility device in accordance with the ADA. And then it has a citation to it. And that is found in 030D. And then there is, I believe, another one. Let me see what I can find here. If I can find it quickly. Yes, disability. So exemptions, 060 is exemptions, and B is disability. This chapter does not apply to or otherwise restrict persons with mobility disabilities utilizing a wheelchair or other power-driven mobility device in accordance with the ADA, and then includes the citation again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I can remember when one of our former town employees, Del Blodgett, who was retired, drove a golf cart downtown. It was cited by the Fairfax Police Department for driving a golf cart without a license. It was kind of strange. I remember her calling up, say, I just got a ticket. I said, ticket for what? For driving my golf cart downtown. And I went, oh, gee. But anyway, so there's exceptions for ADA vehicles or accessory vehicles to get folks around. Okay. At one time, Fairfax required all bikes in town, bicycles, to be licensed. It was on an ordinance in the town code. I don't know if it's still in the town code or not, but when I first came on the council, we required every bike in town to have a license. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hellman?
Yeah, I'm just confused because I had a question about consistency. So how are the other jurisdictions referring to this? Are they using this micro device, and how are they addressing ADA? I think it's important.
This ordinance is taken from the new one that Mill Valley did, where they amended their existing one. We did not change to make the word recommended. That's in Mill Valley's.
But the county one was the model one, right?
Yes. And
Yes.
And we have added in the word micromobility to try to clarify. Mill Valley uses electric mobility devices, period. And we have added, we say electric mobility, micromobility devices.
Okay.
And the only thing I'm concerned about, quite frankly, I mean, you can call it anything you'd like to call it, except that I want to make sure that it's understood and there's no question, but that we are in line with the model ordinance. We're in line with Mill Valley because of this program that we're participating in, and that the provisions of this ordinance match theirs. And so we're doing the same thing with the same wording. I'm trying to not have any sort of ambiguity or disagreement about, well, that's not really what Fairfax is doing. And they use a different phrase, they use a different term. So they're regulating something different or something else. I'm trying to make sure that we don't have any kind of wiggle room in there.
So the starting point, it sounds like, was Mill Valley, not the county then.
Our starting point was with Mill Valley, yes.
Okay.
Can I just follow on
Can I tack
yours?
on to that?
Because it's
Okay.
similar to that.
Okay.
Okay, so
But I have another question too.
this is the term electric mobility device or electric micro mobility device. I don't understand, I don't know why we followed Mill Valley except for we want to share their education campaign, but I'm not asking that. The first part under 10.30.020, if you ignore A, just says electric bicycle has the same meaning as in California Vehicle Code Section 312.5. I looked up the vehicle code while we were sitting here. It's clear. It's electric bikes. Why did we, I don't want to hear about Mill Valley. Why did we feel the need to come up with yet another term when electric bicycle is defined in the vehicle code? And why do we have to have another term? Is there something that's added other than what's in the vehicle code, which specific is clear to the 3 kinds of electric bicycles. You know, just being consistent with Mill Valley doesn't make sense to me why are we coming up with this specialized term, whatever it is, micromobility or whatever, when the real thing we're talking about is electric bicycles, and the vehicle code, which is right here in the ordinance, refers to that, and I looked it up, and I will ask Talia.
I do want to start by saying the component of your proposed ordinance that speaks to the county's e-bike, the Marin County e-bike safety pilot is the exact same language as ours. So I do want to confirm that that is the exact same as the county's
You mean
model
the electric
ordinance.
mobility device? Is that what-
No, the component of your ordinance that speaks to e-bikes and says the Marin Electric Bicycle Safety Program. So that is exactly the same. I just want to note that Mill Valley's ordinance that says electric mobility devices allows the town to also enforce these in e-scooters, hoverboards, and that is why they had that provision in there. And so they added this electric bicycle safety component to the same section of the municipal code. And so my understanding of this ordinance is that the micromobility devices or electric mobility devices would prevent, for instance, the riding of tandem on an electric scooter, which I'm sure you would want the ability to enforce, although
Okay.
that would be separate than the
So,
AB 1778.
Basically, what you're saying, this term includes more than e-bikes. It includes 3, 4, and 5, which is electrically motorized boards, low-speed vehicles, and motorized scooters. Okay, so
Well, yeah,
all right,
let's-
just, and then I just want to make clear that there's a reason why we did this, not come up with a term of art just because it made sense, because Mill Valley did it. We're saying that we want to be able to enforce or have this education program for beyond just the e-bikes.
Can I just clarify that I wanted to add that because I was confused when I first saw the electronic or electric whatever devices, because I have understood that to mean wheelchairs and assistive scooters. And in the transportation world, micromobility does cover all of the micro electric conveyances, which include segways, scooters, and electric bikes and other, things like that that are not intended to be assistive that this, you see all around San Francisco nowadays. And I'm sorry, Chief Tabarans, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. The intent is so that as technology changes and advances, you see kids on the one wheel now, right, on balancing in between their legs. As these things advance and new technology comes out there that it falls within that criteria, the intent is not to deal with those that are, suffering from mobility as far as trying to use their device to get around. It's more for these leisure and these kind of bike. It's not for those that are handicapped, if I can say, for that purpose. I don't know the two terms that are very similar, but then again, very different in as far as definition. What were the two? And that's why she's changing the wording or proposing a new wording so that it doesn't include that. It just covers the intent of covering new technology as far as new scooters, new e-bikes, new one-wheel devices, and things like that.
Thank you. And I want to let Councilmember Hellman ask the rest of her questions, but I just want to put out there that I had actually asked if that word could be, micromobility could be used, because it more clearly refers to different types of transportation that we are, it's an emerging number of new electric transportation modes. And I don't want people, even though it does say at several points in the ordinance that it doesn't apply to wheelchairs and other assistive devices. When I first looked at one of the elements of it, it did look to me like we were saying that wheelchairs and scooters couldn't use any path that was also banned for bikes. And I know that's not the case, but I just don't want people to be alarmed. So I wanted to use a different term, and I'm going to give it back to Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think, I appreciate all the public comment this evening, and I think we've all had terrifying experiences here in Fairfax in particular, going down, the the kids flying down Olima in particular. It's terrifying. So I think this is a really very exciting step forward, and I appreciate all the good work that's gone into it. I also appreciate the commentary both about let's focus on education and information and public outreach, and if we need to iterate over time, but the heavy-handedness is not something that I'm personally interested at this point in time. And that said, I think there already has been a lot of good work in working with the schools and so forth, and law enforcement, and I've seen an improvement over the last 18 months. We still have the incidents where we're seeing kids flying at 30 miles an hour, but I'm not seeing the dozens and dozens of them, right? So would you agree, Chief, that there has been a dramatic reduction in the last 18 months? I'm just curious because you're obviously closer to it than I am.
I agree that it's also not so, out there as it was
Egregious.
before. Yeah, egregious. Word travels fast,
Yeah.
especially when we're out there in front of the schools and just speaking with the kids out there without stopping them, just
Yeah.
having conversations through, hey, what kind of bike is that? Do you know that that's illegal or you shouldn't be doing this?
Yeah.
Words travel fast. So yes, we are seeing that it's not as out there as it was before. They know the rules better than they did before and 18 months ago. But of course, when we leave, it's hard to control
Yeah.
what they do. So
Yeah.
you'll still see it, especially when we're not in the area. But as they see the patrol cars or we're doing enforcement in certain areas, then of course it gets minimized. But we can't catch all of them everywhere.
And I have two more questions for you, Chief. The first is you and I've had a lot of conversations about this topic over the past couple of years. And I just don't, we heard someone from the public say tonight that, cops chasing kids. That does not happen, correct?
We try to enforce vehicle code violations by conducting stops if possible. Of course, this is a case-by-case situation. When we determine that the risk of life or being injured outweighs the stop, then we take the precautionary steps of not pursuing that stop because we would rather show that we're conducting the stop, educate as we can, give a ticket if it's possible or tow if necessary. But if it's at the risk of a minor fleeing because they simply don't know the rules or they're thinking that if they can get away by doing other acts that endanger themselves, we don't want to risk the fact that if they do that, we can cause them further harm and others that are in the street or the neighboring neighborhoods where
Right.
they're conducting this way. So there's a lot of discretion with our stops.
Yeah.
Yes, we've had minors in e-motorcycles flee from us. Accidents have happened. We've had several students from the neighboring high schools leave traffic stops in the midst of a traffic stop. So we know when it's time to stop the enforcement when the risk of safety
Yeah.
is prevalent. So yes, I guess to answer your question, we're not chasing kids and to the point where we're going to cause them harm. We're trying to conduct a traffic stop so that we can have an educational experience and to teach them of it, and if
Right.
necessary, issue a citation.
Thank you. And Talia, I'm just curious from a legislative perspective. I've no knowledge that Fairfax is really interesting. Thank you, Councilmember Egger, for sharing that we used to have a program with licenses. Is there any trend or movement across the state related to licensing for bikes or e-bikes or?
Yeah, licensing, I just, again, want to start with, of course, this would have to happen at the state level, and this would be actually done through the Department of Motor Vehicles. So it'd be done through the DMV. As you can imagine, due to the number of bicycles and e-bikes, there would be a very large cost with implementing such a program. And so what we're seeing, with the governor's May revise out last week with a $12 billion deficit this year, there is a huge challenge right now for any legislation that has a big cost associated with it moving forward. So, we're still looking at what the state does in that area, but we also do acknowledge that implementing something like requiring a sort of license to ride e-bikes, which would be done through the DMV, would have a pretty large cost associated with it statewide. So I think that probably lawmakers are going to be considering that should they go that direction with e-bikes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kohler.
I think I had a similar question. So I think Deborah Benson mentioned that she thought jurisdictions had the ability to license bikes. And Councilmember Egger referenced that in the past we did. Rather than turning something into a DMV program, which we know is fraught with many problems for various reasons, do local jurisdictions have the ability to require licenses of bikes? And maybe this is a question for our attorney or Chief Tabaranza. I mean, you know, I've seen it where I've lived before that you had to register your bike to get a little bike license. Is there an ability to do such a thing? Because I did like something that somebody said is that if you just, I think Councilmember Egger mentioned, if you just see the license, and obviously some of those kids wouldn't live here. So even if we had it, but go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I think there have been programs like that in the past, but I'm not aware of any current programs like that.
But do you have, does a local jurisdiction?
I would have to look into whether we can do that again.
Okay, well, I think that's something maybe not for tonight, but I think it would be a good thing to look into a simple program. And we know that many of those kids do not live in Fairfax. So, but it might also help with tracking down some of the folks without, you know, just checking against their license. It seems that was a good, simple suggestion that was made by a couple of folks. Thank you.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Thoughts? So on the class ones, you had talked about how much higher the accident rate is. Is there information and data on beyond just an accident, like a fatal accident? What type of information do you have on that?
I believe the question was, you said class 1 has higher accident rate. I just want to be clear, it's the
Well, I'm more
total
concerned about
e-bike
under
accident.
16. Yes. So
Yes.
I'm just curious about class ones. Is that what they drive?
Well, right now, today, under 16 would be allowed to operate any class of e-bike.
Right. And I'm saying,
Or sorry, not class 3
but so people under the age of 16 can operate a class one. Is that right?
or 2 today.
Today, I meant after this.
After this, class 1.
Class one. Okay. So let's just focus on class one. What kind of accident rate is that? I would imagine those are the younger kids. I'm just taking a wild guess at that.
Is just to confirm your question, is it when you're looking at the 10 to 15-year-old age group in e-bikes, are you asking like, are most of those accidents involving class 1 or class 2?
Well, I'm asking you on class ones, what is the accident rate, and do you have any information on have there been fatalities?
I will answer the first question, which is we only in the last 6 months started tracking the class of e-bikes. So I actually don't have the information on what the specific accident rate is by class. And that's
In general, then?
in
All
general.
combined?
The accident rate.
Okay, you don't have them by class, but you have them by cumulative.
Yes.
So what's the information say, accidents versus accident/fatality?
If Dr. Ma was here tonight, who's one of the pediatric surgeons at Marin General, he'd be able to provide some of that information, Marin specific. But one of the stats that he's cited is that in a young person that comes in from an e-bike accident to the emergency room who has a traumatic brain injury has a 36 to 37 times higher fatality rate than from a conventional bike. So we do know it's higher. I know in Marin, there have been a very small number of fatalities involving e-bikes, but we've had several very serious injuries.
So there have been some fatalities and some serious accidents. Is that what you're saying?
There have been some not among youth in Marin, not under 15, but I
Okay.
believe there have been some that have involved adult e-bike riders.
Okay.
I know statewide there have been some as well.
Okay, because my concern is still the kids under 16, 15, they're going to White Hill, for instance, and maybe are they using them in grade school too? Not just junior high. Yeah. So that's my biggest concern is that there's a less. They're just too young in my estimation to be handling a motorized vehicle. Is that so? The electric the class ones they're still powered by electric, right? They're not. They're powered by the pedal, or they're right. It's not a throttle, but it's a pedal. Okay, it's still okay. Anyway, well, this is better than nothing, but I'd sure love to make it tougher for the people under 16 or 15, whatever that age is, to make it. I would say no, by the way, and then guess what? You won't have as much education to worry about. You won't have as much policing to do. You won't have as much court systems to do. You have a lot less trips to the hospital. Yeah, so I think the word no is sometimes appropriate. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to wrap this up and we'll ask for a motion. I just want to say I'm very proud of our local Safe Routes to School people, our police department for looking for collaborative solutions on this issue. I'm really glad we'll be looking at ways to train youth. I think that's great. I did want to reemphasize the fact that Safe Routes to School has been in our schools doing this training for a really long time. Training parents and kids about how to safely ride bikes. So that's an ongoing program that actually started in Marin that we should all be really proud of. It has not only enhanced safety for children in Marin, but it has also cut the amount of traffic and greenhouse gases that occur in our communities, and they have good evidence on that. I did also want to mention that there is a dashboard online that you can go to that you can look at the stats on e-bike injuries and regular bike injuries. It's very exciting that our paramedics are collecting this. I know paramedics are really busy, so it's kind of a huge deal that they've been willing to try to collect this kind of data for us. I've been in a number of meetings with other agencies where we've talked about this at length. I did want to mention that some of the things about the e-bikes for younger kids, there's got to be a balance between getting them on bikes and also keeping them safe. I know that we have very challenging hills here, so I think for some people, putting their kid on a Class 1 e-bike is what allows them to take a bike to and from school because, as an adult, I find some of our hills quite challenging, especially going to her house. So I just think we had some really great questions, some great conversation tonight. And, I also just wanted to mention about the licenses. It's something we'll take up at another time. It's pretty challenging when you have the huge number of bike visitors we have in Fairfax to say, well, we're going to start asking people to have licenses. Like, we kind of thrive on our bike community, much of which comes from outside. So we'll have to kind of strategize about whether that's something we want to do or how we want to do it if we do want to do it. But at this point, I think we're just looking at the ordinance before us with the change to micromobility devices. Can you repeat for us what the wording is?
So the phrase that is used is electric mobility device, and we proposed changing that to read electric mobility, open paren, micromobility, close paren device. I'd also like to point out that there's a typo in 020A1 2, the third line. There's a stray 47 number in there, and it should be and without the 47.
So
We can't really
I'll make
shout
a
out to the
motion.
audience. Go
So
ahead.
I'll make a motion I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to introduce, waive first reading, and read by title only an ordinance adding Chapter 10.030, operation of electric mobility and micro mobility devices to Fairfax Town Code regarding electric mobility devices.
Second.
Can I ask a question about this? About the motion? Yeah, I noticed this evening there's no children from either White Hill or for Drake High School here. I'm sorry, Archie Williams High School here. Did we notify the schools that we were going to be discussing this evening? I think it's strange that no kids are here. But did they understand that we were talking about electric bikes tonight? I don't know.
Probably not.
I would
I
ask
mean,
Chief
maybe-
Tabaranza, because I know you've been working with the principal of White Hill on education campaigns.
I can't speak for the effort of the school and what they've told parents or sent
No,
to parents.
did you let the school know that we were going to discuss
Well,
that?
we're in current discussions about this plan, what the proposal was going to be for several months.
Oh, with the schools.
I think that's
And with
part of the reason why the problem has already sort of organically gotten better, because they knew this was coming. We've been working towards this.
And almost every day we're talking about
Yeah.
this coming up with the officers being present at the schools.
In any event, are we ready to take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Hager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli, Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes, thank you. So it's now 8:16. We will move on to the next item, which is discuss the scope of work for an update to the Town of Fairfax Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan and create a Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, BPAC.
Planning Director Beiswinger, could you just mention, we have a supplement that's very specific for this. Could you mention that as you
Yeah.
do your presentation, please?
Sure, yes, there is a supplement that's attached. It's related to a resolution that was adopted in 2017, which references the town center plan that at the time they did not want to pursue a town center plan, and they also did not want to pursue the closing of Bolinas.
Wait, are we talking about the BPAC or are you talking about the
It's
traffic
both of
study?
them.
Okay.
It sort of
Good.
applies to both of them.
Okay,
so
great.
I'm
Thank
just
you.
referencing that. And Christine, I need to share my screen? Okay. So I'm going to start the presentation and then I'm going to give just a short introduction and then pass it over to Bryn McKillop. So essentially what this is California has regulations related to kind of active transportation planning, which in some jurisdictions call that an active transportation plan. In our case, we call it a pedestrian and bicycle plan. You can also do bicycle planning and pedestrian planning as separate documents, but most jurisdictions kind of combine it in one document. And what this enables us to do is well, first of all, it's required by the state to have an active transportation plan, and also it makes us eligible for grant funds. So it's an important document to have for the town. And so I'm going to turn this over to Bryn McKillop, who's our associate planner, and she is also a great person to lead this effort since she has specific active transportation planning experience.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bryn McKillop. I'm an associate planner with the town. So the Fairfax Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan was last adopted in 2016 as an intended to be updated every 5 to 10 years. An updated bicycle and pedestrian master plan enables the town to set its active transportation planning priorities, utilize new kinds of data available, and set policies for emerging technologies such as e-bikes. Additionally, the purpose of the plan is to keep the town in compliance with guidelines of the California Active Transportation Programs, the requirements of which are contained in Senate Bill 99. So over the last 9 years, no updates have been made. And in July 2024, the town council authorized a request to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, also known as MTC, for the allocation of project funding for $82,000, $82,917. MTC recently awarded Fairfax this grant in full and allocation, and the town has until June 30th, 2027 to incur the expenses. To spend this funding, the town plans to hire a consultant with the technical expertise in transportation, but also utilize staff and community members' time through the formation of a bike and ped committee. So it's going to be a hybrid approach to updating the plan. So today we'd like town council to give staff direction on the scope for the plan's request for proposal, and then also adopt a resolution to create a bicycle and pedestrian advisory committee, otherwise known as BPAC. So this highlights some of the items that will be within the scope of the proposal. Such as evaluating the existing plan compliance. So that would be how we've accomplished goals from the last time we wrote the plan. Identify and utilize new data sources to better understand walking and biking in Fairfax. Provide guidance and policies for how to improve safety. Rank priorities for future investments in network improvements, and then focus a set of recommendations on how to best plan for e-bikes and other emerging transportation technologies. So like I said, we're going to be forming a committee and asking for you to approve that resolution today. The BPAC will kind of help the town administer and organize community engagement. So engagement will include presentations to the BPAC by the staff, and also to the Planning Commission and Town Council, workshops, pop events at locations in town, and potentially an online survey. And as the scope is drafted throughout the process of contracting with a consultant, this will be refined. So to go in more detail about the BPAC, we have received 11 applications and closed the application window on May 19th. And the staff will recommend 5 to 7 committee members. And this recommendation will take place prior to the June 4th town council meeting where interviews will take place. And we're looking for, in the recommendations, we'll be seeking to find a balanced committee of professionals and those with a variety of cycling experience.
I hope you'll also say pedestrian experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And like I've said before, we need the resolution required to form the committee, but the committee, unlike others, will dissolve after the plan is adopted because it'll be an ad hoc committee. So moving forward, we will release the RFP once the scope is spoken to today and accept proposals until mid-June. Then the staff will select a consultant based on the criteria that's included in the RFP, which was an attachment to the staff report for today. And then, like I said, we'll hold BPAC interviews at the June 4th meeting. And then we anticipate to kick off engagement in the BPAC meetings and for the consultant to start their services in early fall.
Great. Okay. Is there more, or should I move to questions from council? Okay. All right. So I am going to start out with Councilmember Cole.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to ask a couple of questions. So when this was first put together, and I realize everybody's new here, I had a lot of concerns because back in 2016, we had a workshop on the town center element and this potential idea that I was always against, which was closing Bolinas Road, which is an evacuation route. That workshop turned into what I would delicately say was sort of a riot. The facilitator left. There was a lot of anger, screaming. We did get something out of it, but what came out of it, and I had to let the town manager know, even though I had mentioned that this was more than a hot button issue, that we had taken formal action to withdraw the town center element, which is not a required part of a general plan. And we also took formal action to stop further discussion of closing Bolinas Road. So hence you guys put the supplement together. But what I do see in here is the RFPs, and even if that town center element was excellent which it was not, but people had good intentions. We are in the process of updating the land use element, which will include some discussion of the town center, but not closing Bolinas Road and not some of the other parameters that were really horribly, yes, I'm getting to it. So my question is, in the RFP, you specifically refer to the Old Town Center element, and I'm asking that we remove that, and if nothing else, include the draft of the land use element that is going, as a draft, is going to the Planning Commission in a special meeting. So I want to ask, are we going to remove that? Because I think we don't need to go back there.
I'm not sure that the bike and pedestrian master plan RFP mentioned the town center.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay.
It's actually in
Can you tell us
there.
where it is?
It's definitely in there, and it's under V4 reference documents and Town of Fairfax 2012 Town Center element. So I just want to make sure that we're going to remove that.
I don't see a V4.
So,
It's under the set of documents, the
okay,
plans
but
that
that
we have. But
document
I'm
has
just
been
clarifying
withdrawn.
for Liesl, but
I see, yeah, okay.
So I just want to make sure that we're going to pull that out of the RFP. And if we decide to include something, it would be the draft land use element that includes some discussion of town center, which is very different than what that old plan was. So I just want to confirm, is that accurate?
Yeah, it's not necessary to include that in the RFP, so we can take it out.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the use of consultants. So the roughly $83,000 grant will fully fund any use of consultant?
we'll see who applies for it. But
Yeah, we would basically request that a consultant come back with a proposal that is either equal to that amount or less.
Okay.
And then the idea of staff taking on the public involvement piece is that we've been talking to a lot of other jurisdictions, and the public involvement piece is a big driver of costs. And
Okay.
if you take that off of the consultant's plate, they can focus just on the technical aspects, which they can do and we can't. And then we can focus on the public involvement piece that we can probably do better because we're closer to the community and we have
Mhm.
access to the BPAC. So it's kind of this hybrid approach we think will result in the best outcome.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's encouraging that we have 11 applicants. Is that what you said? And is there a vision to have a youth member?
we haven't included that or didn't include that in the RFP, but we can.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that during deliberations. Thank you.
Great. Other questions? Council okay, Councilmember Gurungeli, and you had a question as well. Okay, we'll get to you.
Jeff, you just said that a consultant would handle the technical aspect of this study. They can do that, but we can't. Why?
Well, there are consulting firms that specialize in bicycle and pedestrian master plans. They've done it for jurisdictions all over the state. And so they have the modeling capacity. They know the width of bike lanes. They know all of the technical details related to bicycle and pedestrian planning.
Have you seen the amount of bicycles that come into Fairfax on the weekends?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think you need a consultant to tell you how they're getting here. Okay, that's my
I didn't hear what you said. You don't need a consultant to tell
you
you
don't
what?
need a consultant to tell you how bicycles and people are walking and riding their bikes into town and all that. We can do the whole job is my feeling, and get the input from people. But no, this is just one more consultant that we don't need, in my estimation.
Through a grant.
But it's my understanding, is this correct, that the grant can't be used for anything else? Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so there's no taking this money and using it for something else.
And I would just say that it's not necessarily about increasing the volume of riders that come from outside of Fairfax, and it's about making it safer. And I think we could probably make it safer for people using e-bikes and setting those kind of priorities. Just kind of wanted to add that.
We might be able to take that grant money and use it to help pay for the staff's work.
Okay, is that actually a possibility?
If I may, Mayor, so I think what planning director and staff is trying to say is that there are certain technical aspects like modeling the bike lane width and length and car throughput and where we might be able, those very technical aspects. That's what we're proposing, that we use that grant money to, really be a flywheel on our capacity. The staff in the planning department are general planners. They do everything from house, additions to master plans. It is absolutely it's just normal that you don't have all of the technical experts within, especially a small staff like we have, because we can't employ them full time. So we really have to rely on our staff being able to interact with and oversee a more technical specialist that's here helping us for a very short time and then release them so that we can go on to the next thing. So that's the model that Fairfax uses. And if we were to try to execute this, which I don't recommend, only with in-house staff, I don't believe that we would produce an acceptable final product for our grantors.
Thank you. And okay, did you get your questions answered, Councilmember Garanghelli? Okay, and Councilmember Egger.
Yes, thank you. The last time we hired a bike pedestrian consultant here in Fairfax was Parisi when they did Cascade Drive. They came in and they came up with a bike pedestrian plan. They eliminated the double yellow line on Cascade Drive and made it kind of a one lane road, but they had signs it's a 2-lane road, but it was 1-lane road, and they striped for a pedestrian area.
Was that actually part of our BPAC or something separate?
This went through, and I wasn't on the council at the time. This went through a number of public discussions and hearings in Fairfax. Fairfax wasted $85,000.
That I was on the BPAC as a citizen, and that was not part of what we did. So I think you're talking about a separate.
No, I'm talking about Cascade Drive.
Yeah, it wasn't part of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee's goal.
That was proposed by, yes, it sure was.
Frank, I was on the council. It was
That's
not.
good. I happen to live in the area. I know what was going on in my area.
But it wasn't part of the BPAC. That was a separate thing that a couple of council members were interested in. I was mayor at the time, did not find out about it till after it was done. And after some time, we retracted it, but it was not part of the Bicycle Ped Committee. So just to be clear.
Oh, well, okay. It was a waste of $85,000 in Fairfax funds. This looks like it's going to be another waste of funds. What we need to do is involve our community, our merchants, their employees, the folks that live downtown. They know what's going on down there. They're there every day. They see what's happening. And I've been trying to get the town council to address this issue first with our locals here who live it every day. And I think we could put a committee together of merchants, of downtown residents, of our police department, our public works department, and a couple of council members, and lay out all these issues and see what it looks like down there and what we think should change. And if in fact it looks like there's issues we need to have a consultant deal with, we could then get the consultant to do that. I'm saying start with the folks who are going to be impacted and who live and live here and deal with it every day. It just makes more sense than to start off. You know, Fairfax spent what, $363,000 and end up a waste of money. It seems
So
like
do you have
we can't do anything around here without hiring a consultant. How about having our locals here develops the issues, the plan, and then bring it to the council with some recommendations. And then if we need to implement this, we have 2 years. It's got to be spent by 2027. So we've got a couple of years to spend this grant money.
Okay,
But if we start locally, I think it makes much more sense.
can you, is there a question or what is it that, because we're going to go to the public soon, but you're asking whether it's something we can do with just local people getting together and,
No, you received an email from me back in March, and I asked to be on the agenda. You know, I'll read it if you don't remember. Downtown Fairfax has become so popular that it's now very congested, and we need to address pedestrian safety issues. The Fairfax Farmers Market is starting up. Festival's coming in June. And we see folks crossing Blenus Road at various locations where we should add crosswalks. Mona Lane, Sherman Avenue, putting a crosswalk back at Creek Road.
Okay.
Reducing speed limits downtown from 25 to 20 miles
Can
per
I
hour.
mention that we're addressing two things, and one of them is the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which does address some of those things and does have a robust number of citizens ready to take action, apparently. And then we will be discussing the downtown parking and possibly circulation study as the third item tonight. And we'd assumed that was sort of part of addressing what your request was.
Well, you know, for instance, we closed off a road, Mona Lane, and made the Mona parking lot a through street. If anyone is injured
Okay.
when they park their car and walk down the Mona parking lot, we're going to be liable for it, flat out.
Okay.
You know, I know that for a fact. So we've created a parking lot, and made it taken a parking lot and made a street. Doesn't make sense at all. Will this so-called study address those kinds of issues?
If I may. So I think one thing is we've kind of covered a lot of different areas, but I want to bring some focus back into, I think most of what we're doing here is agreeing vehemently. So the proposal from the staff is to do a resolution to start a public committee to allow all of those voices from the community to inform what needs to be done to update this bicycle pedestrian plan that the town already has to make the downtown specifically more better for residents who are walking, who are bicycling, who are pushing strollers, who are in a wheelchair. And then the part which I don't think is really disagreement, but seems to be a kind of a catching point is in order to act upon those recommendations, in order to make changes, the town really needs a technical expert who can verify, yes, if you put a bike lane down Center Boulevard, it will be safe and it will not, cause some other issues. And I'll give you an example of something which is a very different instance, but I think will speak to this idea that it's not residents versus consultants. It's really residents' voices then amplified by this technical expert. So when I worked in Menlo Park long ago, I was the environmental coordinator, basically. And there had been a Environmental Quality Commission plan, which recommended that the city plant trees in its closed landfill. So planting trees is a great idea, right? It's a great idea. The only problem is no one on that committee realized that any technical expert who's ever dealt with a landfill will tell you that the last thing you want to do is puncture holes in the cap that is meant to keep all of the methane from escaping and water going in to create more leachate. So because they just didn't know that, they had spent a lot of money and a lot of time on a well-intended false path. And that's what we want to avoid. We want to take all of that great intention that we all have to make biking and walking downtown better, more accessible, and make sure that as we're implementing it, we're doing it in a way that will remain and that will be safe. And you know, I could give you other examples in Fairfax, but I'm trying to give you something that's not, you know, emotionally seated here so that you can understand my point, which is we want to take all of the good input and intention of the community and do it in a way that it can be done, it can be implemented, and will stay.
Thank you.
If I may respond, the last plan I saw for downtown Fairfax was putting in bike lanes, eliminating parking.
Okay.
That's what the proposal was along Broadway. It was going to eliminate parking and even possibly a lane of traffic. That was the last plan that Fairfax looked at years ago.
So can I just mention, so we can discuss this at greater length after we get a public comment. And I think right now it's mostly just questions to staff to sort of clarify what we're doing. So, I mean, I'm just going to let you continue, but I just want to put that out there that this is the time to ask questions. Then we go to the public and we
That's
use
fine.
the public input to.
Okay, thank you.
So I did want to ask a couple of questions and just clarify. I was on the bike ped committee, so I do remember what we did. It's quite a technical document along with a lot of citizen input. So it's worth reading. You can get it online. It was completed in 2016. So last time we did this, there were 2 council members on this committee. I have looked at other towns' active transportation or bike ped committee, and they have only citizens. And of course they're consultants. So is there usually a council liaison, or is it common to have it be mostly a citizen-driven thing without council members involved?
The way this is currently proposed, it would just be a citizen committee, which would make recommendations to the council.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just thought I'd check because it was structured a little differently. I did want to add, if we can add we just finished the Marin Countywide Transportation Plan at the Transportation Authority of Marin, and I'm on the board. So if we could just add that to the list of plans that should be consulted, because they've been asking us to make sure that for everything we do around transportation, we take into account that document. And then I think that you already answered this, but how many members can that committee have, and how will they work with staff and consultants?
Well, we were originally thinking that 5 would be a good number, but since we have so many applications, we could possibly increase that to 7. So we haven't evaluated all of the applications yet, so we're going to be coming to the council at the June 4th meeting with a recommendation, and then there'll be interviews at that meeting.
Okay, so 5 to 7 residents. They'll work with both planning staff and with planning consultants, and we will not necessarily need to have a council liaison.
Yeah, correct. You would not. I mean, you could have a council liaison if you wanted to change the composition. That would be your prerogative. But as it's currently structured, it does not have a council liaison. But the idea is that they would be making recommendations. We would be having regular meetings with them at various stages in the development of the plan. And so then staff we would have a staff liaison to that committee, and then we would be collecting that input, and then we would be periodically presenting that to the town council.
Great, thank you. Unless there are any more questions, let's move to public comment.
Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive.
Just a sec. So can we give her her time back? Is there an issue happening with the microphone for?
Okay, can you hear me this far back?
That's good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So first of all, Councilmember Kohler, thank you very much for bringing up the riot and the fact that the entire council at that time in 2017 promised, as did the town manager, that closing Bolinas Road was off the table, doing the circulation was off the table. And I have here plans that we paid for that were done by Matt Tacker, who presented these at the September 6, 2017 meeting for redesigning our downtown. And creating bicycle lanes meant losing possibly a traffic lane on Broadway, which was presented as not being a problem at all. It takes a half hour to get into town from San Anselmo, and it doesn't have anything to do with the Bolinas intersection. Also discussed was opening up LC to Sir Francis Drake. So the only way to create bicycle lanes on Broadway is to lose parking, is possibly to lose, according to him, to lose a traffic lane. And I think you all are going in the wrong direction. I wonder if this grant that you have would cover creating a plan to create more pedestrian safety by figuring out where we might have more crosswalks, by figuring out where we might have lighting. People who live here drive. People live up in the hills. A lot of us are seniors. We're not riding our bicycles all over the place. And this is where we live. It seems that this is geared towards bicycle tourism. And yeah, there are some people who ride their bikes. I have bikes as well, but I think you're going in the wrong direction with this. We've been through it before. We have a finite amount of space in our town. I don't think we really want our downtown redesigned. This is talking about shower staging areas.
Thank you.
Hello, council. First thing I've got to say, Heather, your word salad was the farthest thing from.
We're not going to be insulting
No,
people if you
because
don't
it's necessary for the public to understand what's going on. And she was so far from being pellucid, it's unbelievable. Okay? Now, if I may.
I'm just
When
going
you
to say
pass
that it
an-
is,
when
we
you
do kind of
pass
try
an-
to
excuse
encourage people
me,
to not,
excuse
I'm
me.
going to say, excuse
No,
me for a minute.
I was saying something on my time that's
I'm going to
important.
give you back your, I'm going to,
So people,
I'm going to,
so people can understand.
I'm going to give you back your, I just want us to keep in mind that we are trying to
I
keep a
am.
measure of civility. Thank you. Okay, give him back his time and you can start again, but please do not start by insulting people. Thank you.
You have to provide information that the people can understand, okay? When you guys pass in a housing element, the very first requirement when you provide what you're going to do is alternative one. What if we don't do anything? Why don't we have the same discussion whenever you accept a grant? Well, what happens if we don't do anything? That's the first question on the table, because honestly, what I see is I just see more and more involvement of consultants that take away your ability to manage your town. I see more and more money being wasted while our state has a $12 billion deficit. My opinion, they're broke. They're trying to employ people like musical chairs. So when it stops, there's no pension, there's no unemployment. Well, let's not have it stop in Fairfax. I believe people in Fairfax know Fairfax better than some paid consultant for $83,000. And I was around for the striping on Cascade Drive. That was a disaster. We don't need all these things. If the 5 members in front of us are not intelligent enough to make simple decisions like evaluate our buildings, like look at our traffic flow while you're a citizen of Fairfax, how could you rely on somebody else that's not been here to make a better decision? And if you guys were so incapable, I wouldn't vote for anybody up here. We want somebody who can do their job, somebody that can think, somebody who can say, what benefits Fairfax? Not just, I'm a carpetbagger and I got to come in here and rip money. So your first question should really be, what happens if we don't take this grant at all?
Great,
Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, Jeff Child on Bay Road.
Maybe if you just step back a little. Sorry, it's malfunctioning.
Yeah, I have two things. One is about the timeline for applications for the BPAC. I actually sent an email to Christine earlier. I was confused by the timeline because the applications for being on a committee ask you to be that you've attended a committee or that you've attended a meeting about the committee, and then it was going to be available by the 19th or something. So that deadline's come and gone. But it wasn't posted as the deadline. I was confused about it. I'd like to participate. And so I don't know if I'm the only one who's confused, but if you guys could open up the application window for me and anybody else that wanted to participate, I'd appreciate it. The other thing is, there's talking about what could happen if we hire a consultant. I think there's a lot of people kind of getting ahead of like what these changes might be. People are getting kind of concerned in advance ahead of a process that involves the community. There's things that are coming. Our world is changing. We just talked for an hour and a half, 2 hours about e-bikes that we haven't had before. Things are changing. We have to deal with these things proactively. Having experts, even if they're consultants, and that's a bad word around here, I know that, but having experts that know how to deal with this, that know best practices for what other communities have already learned and what we're heading to. If we don't deal with this proactively, we're going to be even more upset with this with our status quo. So before we just label consultants as evil and bad, I think we need as much expertise on this as we can afford.
Thank you. And I will ask when we get to deliberation about reopening and what the possibilities are. Thank you.
I completely disagree about the consultants. Have spent and wasted so much money, 1.3 million on one little project, and whatever else you guys are voting for, and for and for our town manager. We are not Menlo Park. We're Fairfax. It's a very different animal. Not an animal, but it's a very different situation. And we've had people come from consultants from other parts of that don't know anything about Fairfax, and they think we're somebody else. We're not. We're a very unique community. And I don't think that to compare something, well, Menlo Park did it. Well, no, it's not going to work here. We're not Menlo Park. We're not anyplace else. We're very unique. The other thing is I don't, hold on, I think I lost it. When we tried to do from the Good Earth down to Broadway, to the center of town, the bike coalition was very strong, and we basically got screwed because they put a second layer of greenery when we already had trees and plants in front of the post office. We can't park there anymore because we have two ridiculous lines of greenery of trees and plants. It's ridiculous. We need parking spaces. We don't need just to keep kowtowing to the bike coalition all the time. And I think you got to think about the people who do have cars, who are not going to get on bikes because they can't. And I think what you're doing here is not correct for what our town is. No, you let talk, and I want to finish my sentence.
Please finish your sentence,
Thank you. It's finished, but I just want to.
So I want to clarify that I let people go over in the prior item. I'm sticking with 2 minutes now, and that's where we're going. Thank you very much, Mr. Bell.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. As Mallory was saying, from the Good Earth to the movie theater on Center, somebody had this sit slow program. It's going to be wonderful. Well, it's not. We have two huge bike lanes. We have these extra added swaths of green. Traffic would have been much better if there was a middle lane where you could make a left or right-hand turn and not impede people going east or west. We've already seen the disaster of Cascade with the striping by Parisi, which was totally illegal to begin with. I'm glad to see that you're at least reaching out to people in town, because I'm sure there are a lot of people in town who have degrees in urban planning, specializing in transportation, who do GIS, etc., who will donate their time. And it's good that we have these people, because we may not need the so-called expert, because they're experts themselves and they want to donate to the town that they live in. Frank's idea of talking to business owners. Wow, how unique. Actually talk to the people who live here on both sides, the ones who've lost parking to bicycle racks, parklets, etc. We don't need more bicycle lanes. We're not going to put in showers. We have a $1.1 million operating deficit for the next year being met up, taken from reserves. Where are we getting the money to put in showers and lockers, etc.? It's not going to happen. What people want is they want to see the roads fixed. The bicyclists who come here probably aren't happy about biking into potholes.
Thank you. Next, please.
I have more, but hey.
Common sense seems to be lacking. This is Todd Greenberg speaking, bringing up common sense issues with this report, which is once again also lacking. It does not have the grant as part of the staff report, so I don't think council can really make a proper decision as to what to do on this tonight, because it's not clear what the grant can be spent on. You're going to spend more money with legal counsel going back and finding, hey, what can the grant be spent on? I've been speaking for 3 or 4 years asking for details and a grant program, details of the grants, calendars of what grants are there, and a decision-making process for what grants make sense to actually accept. Because our former public works manager explained to me at one point in time that some grants don't make sense to accept because of the big obligations and costs that they ensue. After that, I'd like to point out a few other things here. There's a lot of costs here that are not detailed, that are not in, and there are some good things here that are in this report. It talks about prioritization matrix, ranking table. Why is that not being done for the town budget? The time frame is really suspect. This is being rushed through. I haven't seen this announced, but maybe I missed it. But how could you possibly accept people? Deadline be the selection process on June 4th. It should be announced tonight. There should be a notice that goes out to the public that you're looking for members of this committee after tonight. There should be a month in time so that people can talk about it and consider it. Then 14 days only is what you're allowing from today before the selection process happens. It's not enough time. Then you've got 3 weeks before you're going to accept proposals. The citizen committee to be influencing the RFP. Let me finish.
Thank you so much. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Bella, resident of the Cascades in Fairfax. Just wanted to speak out in support of the ped and bike plan. It sounds like a great idea. You know, one of the beauties of Fairfax is that we actually have a walkable town center, the legacy of the railroad stop, and we have a very vibrant biking community of all ages and abilities. And also wanted to, you know, speak out in support of expanding the membership of the PBAC committee to maybe the 2 more seats, which could allow some youth advocates to join that committee. You know, there was a recent discussion at the last PC meeting, Planning Commission meeting around, you know, the addition of a new portion of a bikeway. And we had 100 young people show up here advocating for, you know, extending that bike lane. So Cycling is part of the history of Fairfax. It's also part of its future. There's so many people in the town that will really benefit from safer streets, safer roads, and so strongly advocate for continuing with the planning effort and for expanding the committee to allow perhaps some youth folks to be on part of that committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And next, please. And then can I ask just a sec before Deb starts, how many people are online? 3. Okay, go ahead, please.
Hi, Deb London. Yeah, I no more grants. I mean, this is out of control, $83,000. And as Heather said, it's just a little bit of work for a little amount of time. So great, you're going to pay somebody 83 grand for a tiny bit of work for a few minutes. So no, I agree with Frank, start locally. And do it. And then there was a discussion by Heather that this is a long dissertation. This is going to be done. It's going to make sense. And you're talking about using the same people that created the debacle on Cascade Canyon, the same company. And that doesn't make sense to me. It was appalling. Okay, the applicants, I agree with Todd, way too soon. Not enough time. And I agree with Frank, we can do it ourselves. And I agree with Deb Benson. I agree with what Michael Mack said. How can all these outside people know our town better than we do? Go to the businesses, go to the professionals that we may very well be lucky enough to have the professionals right here in town. And this, we have experience with what happened at Cascade. So it's this, and also the second row of trees on Broadway, that was crazy. I was like, what are they doing? We already have a row of trees. Where's all the parking going? So that to me was crazy. Showers? What are we talking about? Showers and locker rooms? We already have showers in town that we need to get the heck out of town. What is going on with the showers? Go home and take a shower. What we need in this town, what the businesses, don't shake your head, Barbara. And what the businesses need is instead of putting showers, who knows where, we need places that we can bring trash. I know that sounds crazy, but many of the downtown businesses have to keep trash inside their stores. That's insane.
Thank you. Can we move to the Zoom callers?
The first speaker is Cindy, followed by Rick. Cindy, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, Cindy Ross again, Lansdale Avenue. And I want to start off by saying that please, you need to stop referring to the bicycle and pedestrian plan. They need to be separate. Yes, we need bicycle safety, but we also need to make sure that the town is safe for pedestrians, and they're separate. Starting in 2012, I think it was, I started complaining about broken sidewalks, improper crosswalks. I fell one time stepping in a pothole trying to help my mother on her motorized scooter. And I ended up getting injured because she couldn't pass through. 2013 was that terrible program that Mallory and several other people have talked about that had to be redone at tremendous expense. In 2016, I think it was, I can't recall, I actually walked the town with Larry Bragman at the time. We made a map and I wrote a report of all the hazards in the street between my house and downtown. I submitted it to the town. I waited a week. I waited 2 weeks. I think I waited 3 or 4 weeks. I finally called to say, can we move forward on it? And I was told, what report? So it completely disappeared. I'm really, really frustrated because in 2021, I ended up having a terrible accident on broken sidewalks, and I've been unable to work since then. So, I don't want to see any more money on consultants. We need better sidewalks. We need better crosswalks. We need to, focus on pedestrians and make it livable for pedestrians here in Fairfax. And listen to the people, not spending money on more consultants.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
The next speaker is Rick, followed by Jane. Rick, you may unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council. Rick Hamer, downtown.
First, thanks again, Frank, for bringing up the necessity of crosswalks. I'm contending with not only vehicular traffic, but bicycle traffic, let alone other pedestrians, on Bolinas Road, Dominga, Merwin, which is where 322 parking spots are going to empty out if we don't do something about it. And I also think that Bryn is doing a really good job, and that, you know, this expands what part of the reason we have her here is to avoid having outside consultants in order to put together some type of design which will make our town safer and keep vehicles, cars, and bicycles obeying traffic laws. That's the bottom line is there's a great risk. I know people have been hit by bicycles. I know people have been hit by cars because of the way that it's kind of chaos here. And as we start to look at how we may restripe and recolor, you know, because we are into colored crosswalks and such, that we might think about doing things a little bit more easy to follow so that the bicycles are where we expect to see them and the cars the same way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Jane, followed by Kathy. Jane, you are unmuted. Jane, are you there? She's unmuted.
We can move on to the next one and then come back to Jane.
The next speaker is Kathy. Kathy, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Kathy Flores, Fairfax on Claw Circle. I'd just like to say I totally agree with Michael McIntosh, Deb Benson, Mallory, Mark, Deb London. It's regarding the grants, you know, or the consultant. You know, if you have to hire someone, a consultant, hire someone from Fairfax. Find someone from Fairfax, not someone from outside, you know, Fairfax. Who knows what our town is like? Secondary, Mark and Mallory brought up the extra meridian down by Good Earth. It's all between, you know, that whole Broadway section. This has been bothering me for years, and I've counted about how many car spaces that's taking up. And I'm giving you a low account. It's probably, I think it's about, I'm giving you low, like 20 to 25. I think you could, I don't think that's necessary. We already have 2 sets of trees there, which is great, but we need space to get out of town for evacuation. We need to take those out and bring back our spaces for parking and for evacuation. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can we try Jane again?
Jane, you may unmute yourself.
Okay.
She's unmuted.
We can't hear her.
but
Is there
there's
anyone
Diane.
else? I think we're just going to have to move on. Okay, so I'm going to bring it back. I want to ask some clarification questions and then move on to discussion from other council members. Can we please clarify that this is a grant? It's not like we're spending town money on this. This is a grant that is specifically intended for this purpose.
Correct. And it's specifically for developing a pedestrian and bicycle master plan, nothing else.
Okay, and I'm also going to mention that I'm going to ask a question, which is if we have professionals in towns who wish to apply to be a consultant, there's nothing preventing them from that, right? They can go ahead and apply.
Correct.
And we cannot limit it, though, to people who live in Fairfax.
No, we have to have a competitive bidding process.
Right, okay. And then the other option for locals is that they can be on the committee which guides this process, right? So it's only people in Fairfax who can be on the committee, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And So it's $82,000 for a bicycle pedestrian advisory committee. San Anselmo has done it. San Rafael does it. Everybody has a bicycle pedestrian advisory committee. It allows you to do technical planning that allows you to apply for additional grants. I want to mention that, I was on the last one. We had a lot of emphasis on pedestrians. So there's nothing in this that precludes, developing more crosswalks or, putting those little signs like San Anselmo has that says bike stop. There's all kinds of things that could be done, and that's going to be really dependent upon the input from that committee that is formed of our residents. From my understanding, and I've seen it in our newsletter, and it's been announced by all kinds of different groups, that we have had the opportunity for people to apply. We've had 11 applicants, which is huge since we often have a hard time getting volunteers in Fairfax. So I think that's great. I do want to ask about the possibility of whether we can reopen the application period or if that's unfair since there was some confusion, and also whether we can do something about getting youth advocates on there. I just think that there's a lot of things being, people have a lot of emotion around transportation issues in Fairfax. Like we have a huge number of bikes that are both people who live here, move here because they like to bike, right? We have a lot of pedestrians who walk downtown. My neighborhood is like a huge pedestrian neighborhood. I live right downtown. People love that little area along the way to the Good Earth because you're buffered from cars. So not everyone's going to love it, but people who walk do tend to love it. It makes it safer. And I don't think that plan had anything to do with the Bike Ped Committee when I was on it. Neither did the Cascade Canyon striping. In fact, relatively little that we ended up with actually ended up being implemented because we didn't have a public works director and things just got kind of dropped. So I'm not sure it's like incredibly dangerous as people are perceiving it to be at this point. So I just wanted to kind of put it out there that some of the things that are being mentioned were not really related to having a bicycle pedestrian advisory committee, and it's not all about bikes. I was on it last time. Nancy Clothier was on it, and several other people. So, it was just kind of a little bit of a different animal than I think people are painting it to be. So that said, I'd like to get comments from other council members as we deliberate, and then I might have something to say at the end. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Cole.
Yeah, I just want to clarify also, there was a reference to an old thing that was done by Matt Tech, or that was something that had nothing to do with the Bike Ped Committee, and that was something our prior planning director asked for. We did not proceed with that. So again, there are old chestnuts being brought up. I remember when we had the old Bike Ped Committee, and we are behind by several years from standing that committee up and updating our plan. And I want to just echo what our mayor just said. People love walking around downtown. This is pedestrian and bicycle. It's not just bikes. And I specifically last time had someone who was really complaining to me a lot about walking in town, and I made sure he got on that committee, and I know there were other pedestrians. So I don't think we're in a mode of, it's not all about bikes. And I also think this is a grant that can only be used for this purpose. It can't be redirected to roads. It can't be redirected for staff time on it. So, and as far as I know, there's no match to this grant. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. There's no match requirement.
Okay, so, and there are technical aspects for a bike ped plan that we need. So even with Bryn's background, I don't believe you have that capability. But as you say, you're going to do a broad swath with the RFP. People in Fairfax, if they have that background, can certainly apply for it. But I want to say I'm supportive of moving forward. I think we need to get cracking on this since we are so far behind. And we've seen things change over time, where under our previous public works director, we did grinding of sidewalks to eliminate some of those hazards by just trip hazards because something was sticking up. And so I think it's really important that we move forward on this. And I honestly don't know why this is such a controversial issue. This is a good thing to increase the walkability of our town as well as the bikeability. And there's folks that said, remove the parklets. Well, there are folks sitting here who have parklets. There are folks, I still remember that one of the things that came out of that early work was the concern about bikes at the coffee roastery that could have broken the windows. And that's why we did that to help the coffee roastery from all those bikers. And that's why that bike stand is there. And I specifically asked for one that had a lot of slots, which is not normally what's recommended because there are so many bikes. So if we want those things to change, this is part of the process, and I look forward to the interviews coming up on June 4th. I think the other thing, in my recollection, we did that in the newsletter. We announced it several times. It was on the website, and it's only for Fairfax residents. It's not for folks in unincorporated Fairfax. So I'm not sure if folks who wanted to apply actually are in incorporated Fairfax. But sounds like 11 is a good number. So I look forward to the interviews at the June 4th meeting. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for putting that together, Bryn and Jeff.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah, I just have a brief comments. We got a really interesting email from a resident that lives down on Pacheco and Bell area or down there.
Like Bell.
Yeah. And I exchanged with her, and I just want to make sure that she is a mother and she grew up here and now she's back with her 4-month-old. And so the use of stroller is something that she raised, and she feels really uncomfortable and often unsafe in that region. So, as we are selecting candidates and as you're looking through them, we just want a representative of all types of pedestrians. And then I also just really think that the youth voice and youth perspective on this is really important. As a mother of 3, I've watched my kids as they've become drivers, change their attitudes and perspectives on safety and pedestrians. And so I just think it could really help in terms of how you communicate, how you do public outreach, how do you reach young people in a way that is that can positively influence because they've aged out of biking to get places, but now they realize how they've had scary incidents where they get it now. So anyway, good work. I'm very much in support of, and yeah, we're past due on this. So.
Yeah, and I did want to mention that, one of the things that I really hope we can focus on is I think that considering the aging population in our town, which is now 30% of people in Fairfax are over 60, that proportion is going to increase. We're a pretty older town. And we also have people with mobility impairments, and many of us as we get older will have mobility impairments. And not only that, many of us as we get older will become frailer to the point that we want to be able to walk to stay healthy, but falling is more catastrophic than it was when we were young. So I'm really hoping that we get a number of people who can actually address issues of disability, mobility, and aging when we talk about a bicycle pedestrian advisory committee, because I think that's extremely important. People want to stay healthy. They want to be able to walk around their town as they age. And so I think addressing that is vital. I did want to note that I did talk to the business community. I talk to them every month and mentioned it to some of the reps who said, oh my God, we're so busy right now. You want us to be on a bike ped committee too? But there may be people who have applied. I don't know who the applicants are yet. So that would be great if those people were part of this. This isn't going to be the only committee in town that addresses issues. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And I'm really hoping that we can include a very robust community engagement process that's not just the committee members, but I think we're going to do workshops. I'd love to see some walk audits. I think Ms. Ross talked a little bit about doing her own walk audit with Larry Bragman, but that's sort of a powerful tool for getting people aware of the conditions in their community and just experientially moving around with someone and sort of saying like, wow, I didn't realize, but I'm walking it and thinking about it with other people. That curb is really challenging, or I really like the way these trees are here, or whatever it is they find out. So I think that this is a good way to actually engage the community, to solicit input and educate the public about the issues and the possible solutions, and that a consultant is a tool that the community can use to get what it needs.
Comment if I may. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I remember the last pedestrian bike plan for downtown. It was adding 2 bike lanes. It was eliminating 7 parking spaces on Broadway, and partially 1 lane on Broadway in different locations. That's what the proposal was. A couple weeks ago, a bicyclist tire got caught in a rut on Center Boulevard, between Good Earth and downtown, and she was thrown off her bike. I'm surprised she hasn't filed a claim against us yet. We ought to be taking time to fix our streets rather than going looking for consultants to hire to talk about future plans. I mean, we've got to take care of the mess we have downtown and correct the problems with the streets and the sidewalk. You know, it's pretty easy to put a crosswalk at Mona, a crosswalk at Sherman, and a crosswalk at Creek. You know, that's not a big deal anyway. Thank you.
And I certainly think crosswalks could be part of what residents identify. Mr. Garanghelli.
Okay. Well, sorry. I was born and raised in this town. I've walked this town a lot, and every day I still walk it from Bolinas to Broadway. Mostly I walk on the street because the sidewalks are unsafe. But we, once again, guys, we have to live within our means. This is a small town, and believe it or not, consultants' money isn't actually free. Someone's paying for it somewhere. And it's work. I mean, everything you guys have said is true. We need to do all those things, but a consultant is not going to help us do them. We just do it ourselves, okay? And what I've seen from consultants and the experts is the worst traffic since I've been, around Fairfax. It's the worst traffic from here to San Rafael that I've ever seen because of the experts, because of the consultants. The consultants and the experts have told us that, we need 7-story buildings in a 2-story town. They tell us that we need to add thousands of more vehicles to our streets. These are the consultants. These are the experts. And I say, are you kidding me? It's the opposite is true. We don't need a person that's never been in this town before, or an expert at $83,000, which I think Deb pointed that out. She caught the same thing I caught. We won't even need them for too much time. Well, our staff's going to do most of the work, but the consultants will come in and do something, run something through a computer, whatever. So this is just common sense. Our sidewalks, we can come up with a good plan to fix our sidewalks. We can how about we start with just striping our crosswalks and our streets and our stop signs. We have stop signs that have no paint on them. It doesn't say stop anymore. They're so faded you can't see them. We have curbs that are so dull that the chief can't give tickets for overtime parking because the guy's going to say, I don't see it. I don't see where it says anything on your curbs. So this is elementary stuff. We get a public works director, we roll up our sleeves, we go to work, we get things fixed. Consultants only add work to your day. They're going to tell you, well, look, just think about all the things that have been mentioned tonight, not necessarily just for this plan, but for other plans, whether it's the Cascades or someone says, oh, I got a great idea. Let's close down half of Broadway and Bolinas there. Guys, we need to focus on the basics. Get our streets and our sidewalks in order, fix what we have. There's nothing wrong with it except that it's broken. You don't need an expert to tell you how to fix that. So I'm totally against this time and effort. It's not just the money that's being spent. It's not free. It's just the work it creates. We could be doing work that will be productive rather than sit there and go through this process. Yes, I'd like to see the public input, but the public input from when I ran just not that long ago was Can you paint your crosswalks? Can you paint your curbs? Can you paint your stop signs? Can you fix the roads? It can be done. And by the way, you can get, and this is not a requirement to get a grant money for your streets, is to have consultants, okay? It's right there. It says may have this, that. It's very unclear. We need people. We need planning directors. We need public works directors. We need town managers. We need people who know how to write and get grants in our town. That's what we need right here in town hall. That's what used to happen 20, 25 years ago. Thank you.
So can I get a motion, please?
So I'll make a motion. I appreciate what both Councilmember Giangelli and Councilmember Eggerstad, but I respectfully disagree that I think I'd like us to adopt a resolution to create a bicycle and pedestrian advisory committee. The purpose of this committee will be to guide preparation of the bike and ped master plan, and then also finalize the request for proposal and send the RFP to qualified firms.
I'm going to second that.
Can I request some minor amendments to the resolution itself that creates the BPAC?
Okay.
We have specified in here 5 members, and I heard today that the town council will be open to potentially 7 members and also a youth member. So we could add that to the resolution as kind of criteria for the BPAC.
Okay,
members.
and I'm looking at the resolution. I mean, I'm happy to, it says number 3,
Mhm.
the BPAC membership shall consist of 5 to 7 members. And then consideration of a youth member, which I understand are non-voting, but so we would have BPAC membership shall consist of 5 to 7 members, including a youth member and et cetera.
May I?
Yes.
If we, so that we have no question about quorum, can we say either 5 or 7? Can we say 7 if we're going to say that?
Well, if we decide on 7 or we decide on 5, then the quorum is 3. If we say 7 and we don't feel that we have 7 qualified folks, then why hamstring ourselves? One of the things that we tend to do is create so many members of our committees that we end up not having the ability to have a quorum. So I would say 5 to 7 members, including or in addition, a youth member, et cetera.
And so you want an odd number, right? Or because the youth member is non-voting, so you want an odd number of voting members, and however many people you select from the interviews will then set the number on that committee.
Well,
Is that right?
I would argue with you, for example, let's say we find 6 qualified members. The quorum is 4. So why are we debating the issue of having an odd number?
Well, because you can have, if you had 6 members, you could say there's a recommendation to do something and you had a 3-3, then what?
Oh, okay. So let's change this. The BPAC membership shall consist of 5 to 7 members, only an odd number, plus an additional non-voting youth member, et cetera. Okay, that's the amendment. I accept that friendly amendment with that torturous change. All right,
And-
we had a second?
I'm going to second it.
Councilmember Egger,
No?
Councilmember Garangeli,
No.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, let's take a bio break and we'll come back in about 5 minutes. Great, thank you. So we'll call the meeting back to order. And we have one more item tonight. And that item is the initiation of a town center parking and circulation study, for which we already mentioned there is a supplement that applied to both this and the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee item. So if we could get the staff report and presentation on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, let me bring up the presentation here.
Can I just ask Christine while you're doing that? So the presentation that Talia did, as well as these presentations, will be posted online if they're not? Thank you so much.
Oops. I'm going to share my screen first here. Nope. Nope, it's not doing the. Nice. Did I do the quick share? Oh, this one. Okay. Okay, I think I got it figured out. Okay, just a short presentation here on the Fairfax Town Center Parking and Circulation Study. So this is kind of an area that's been defined as the town center, more or less. And the reason is because it encompasses most of the commercial area, and it's within a kind of a 20-minute from end to end kind of walk shed, if you will. So you could, at a normal walking pace, you could walk from the library to the Good Earth in 16 minutes. You could take a little side trip by Perry Park, and you could get there in about 23 minutes. And then the bicycling time is about 4 to 5 minutes. So that's kind of a comfortable walking or bicycling distance. So it's a good, and it's most of the commercial in Fairfax. So it's actually a pretty good boundary for the town center. There's a couple of goals and policies and programs in the circulation element, which kind of point to circulation and parking. Just to point out a few, there's maintaining Sir Francis Drake as a regional arterial, so kind of keep traffic flowing through. Promote the safe use of collector streets. There's a policy to consider use of parking fees and tax revenues for alternative transportation projects. A program to develop a managed parking program. A program to develop employee parking plan for the Fairfax business, and to promote better utilization of Elsie Lane and Bank Street. So those are kind of in our circulation element. There is currently is a program for employee parking through the police department. There's annual permits for an annual fee of $120. There's permit parking available in the Parkade, Monolot, Lower Pavilion, and in 4-hour designated areas. And those basically allow you to park there all day, kind of past the normal timeframes for employees. Also in the circulation element was a 2003 parking study. So it was almost 10 years old at that point, and it inventoried the town center with about 872 spaces total. 585 of those were in private lots, and 287 were on the street or in public lots. And it also made a few conclusions, and I just plucked a couple out as bullets here, just for discussion purposes. At that time, they determined that downtown parking was mostly available, although it may result in short walks at times. So it'd be interesting to see if that has changed significantly. Parking is harder to find during special events, such as a farmer's market. And then merchants support keeping parking supply over landscaping and other improvements. So maybe there's no surprises there, but those were some conclusions that were made in the 2012 general plan circulation element. So the options would be to kind of study the parking supply a little bit more carefully, to do kind of an inventory, which could be done at a very low cost, and as has been suggested, possibly using volunteers with some supervision by staff, and or maybe parking experts. Then there'd be a middle approach would be to kind of study the managed parking options. Like maybe there's some lots in town that could possibly have time limits and or meters potentially, just to keep parking turning over. And then the third option would be to kind of study a complete range of options to maximize the supply and utilization, because as we all know, there's only a finite supply of parking in the town center area. And so there's techniques that have been perfected in other parts of the country to kind of to maximize the usage of the existing parking supply. There's also potential options for additional parking and circulation analysis. This would be kind of gathering additional data on traffic volume, speeds, travel times, pedestrian counts. Some of that is going to be accomplished through the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, so it wouldn't be necessary so this would be focused on vehicles. There would also be the assessing the efficiency and safety of intersections and possible improvements, and identifying areas of congestion, bottlenecks, and strategies to improve. So those are kind of the full range of options. At this time, staff is only suggesting kind of focusing on the parking at this time. But we would be interested to hear what the town council believes or thinks should be done.
Okay, so I'm going to start with that this is the time for questions of staff to clarify the staff report. And then if we want to make statements on what we think are the merits of any of these plans, we can do that after we go to public comments. So let's move to questions. And I see Councilmember Kohler's hands up.
Yeah, so on the parking study, since we have what was done in the old general plan, do you think that even without volunteers, that staff could basically walk around and update the old parking study rather than even creating a group of volunteers to walk around, which requires management? Do you think it could, I mean, my view is potentially it could just be done with staff just walking around. Do you think that's a possibility rather than, creating some other process? Your mic's off now.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, there is some management to do with volunteers that would be time consuming. I mean, it may, although the side benefit, I suppose, would be you'd be also kind of engaging potentially the business community and getting input from the volunteers, so to speak. But it may not save any time to use volunteers, I think, to your point.
And just the other piece, since I realize the old study is old and there's stuff on there like Good Earth used to be what is now the Bike Museum. So the Good Earth that you know probably has a lot more spaces. And there's I'm just wondering if you think you would start with a baseline of what was the old, I guess it's 2003 study on the parking study, and then update that as you go. Was that the process you sort of envision? Because it sure makes sense to me.
I think that would be the easiest thing to do, and it wouldn't be that difficult.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Would you agree that we should add a couple of merchants who have businesses in town, the downtown, or that would be part of this, help assisting the staff? The staff may not know much about the town. So maybe some of the merchants out there who have been longtime merchants would want to walk with the staff so they can be more thorough.
Yeah, that would be fine. In fact, I think I would prefer that because they would have the local knowledge.
Thank you.
Other council members with questions? Otherwise, I'll ask them. One of you ready to go? Okay.
Yeah, I just have a
Councilmember.
quick one. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my foot elevated here. Thank you, Jeff. Are you aware or in possession of the study that John Bela did during COVID, a parking study? Do you have that? Because that would be circa 2021 or thereabouts.
No, no, I do not know about that study, so I can find that
Okay,
from
he
him.
did it. I think he's here. He did it on a volunteer basis. He's in the urban planning domain, and so yeah, I would just recommend getting your hands on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Mr. Egg,
Oh,
I'm going to get Mr. Egger. Okay, okay, if it's okay for him to go first, then I'll get back to you.
Sure. So the total cost could run from 75,000 to 225,000 if you add those two together. Where are the funds coming from to finance this?
Yeah, we just put those numbers in there to represent kind of the approximate cost that we've heard it costs to perform a detailed parking study. So that at the low end, it's 25,000. At the high end, it's 75,000. And then if you were to do a full-blown kind of parking and circulation analysis, it would be 50. We're not proposing.
Oh, okay.
We're not proposing spending any town funds unless it's the will of the town council to go big and do an in-depth study, which I'm not picking up from this group at the moment. So.
Well, another question. I was looking at the minutes from March 5th, and there's a note in here, Councilmember Garangelli confirmed with Mr. Hill that traffic studies were done for the housing element EIR, and a brief discussion ensued, et cetera. If Diet and Boccia did a traffic study for the programmatic environmental impact report, will that traffic study be used? Can that be used as part of this, what we're looking at? I mean, is that a valid traffic study that could?
Yeah. If we were to do a kind of a full circulation analysis, we would be using all of the previous studies that have been done. That particular traffic study only focused on vehicle miles traveled, so it didn't really focus on intersections and turning movements and that sort of thing. It was just limited to vehicle miles traveled, which is just measuring vehicle miles traveled. That's it.
Okay. Well, one more question. We're talking about the circulation element. It says consideration the use of additional parking fees and tax revenue to fund alternative transportation projects. Is that something like San Anselmo's doing with these parking kiosks for downtown? They're raising funds with those kiosks?
Yeah, that was pulled out of your current general plan circulation element, which was developed in 2012. So that was just pulled out of your policy document.
Okay, thank you.
Are you suggesting?
Hey, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Are you suggesting that we have paid parking downtown?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just reading the program that you have in your circulation element, which says to consider use of parking fees and tax revenue to finance alternative transportation projects, which is in your policy document.
Okay. On the on all of this, the parking, if we're have the unfortunate result of 1,700 more car trips coming per day in Fairfax from some proposed development in town, is that taken into consideration? In other words, it was my understanding, and which I want verified one way or the other, that for each unit that's being proposed that's coming up, it's like a half a parking space or some crazy number like that. What's going to happen when we overbuild this community? Where's the parking going to be? What's the plan for that? If you have thought about it.
I have not thought about that.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to ask a couple of questions. So, there are various types of things that we could use such a study for. And I'm wondering what you're envisioning the usefulness of this. Is it just to count the number of parking spaces? Is it to do an actual utilization study where we would determine like whether we have enough parking based on the use of those spaces over time? What is it that would be useful about the plan of the low end of this?
Well, I think the first step would be to get the baseline information, like how have conditions changed since 2003 when the last parking study was done. And then from there, maybe do some outreach to the business community and find out what the perceived issues are with parking supply. And then at that point, we could make some recommendations, and that's where we might get a little bit out of our depth as staff, and we might have to turn to the dreaded consultant. But we would run out of expertise at that point. But we could do a lot of the legwork from the beginning to kind of get a lot of the data collected.
Okay, great. Because I wanted to get a little clear on, there are all of these different options, and some of the things we could do would be more in depth about really looking at, utilization of the spaces and whether we really have enough. It sounds like we're just doing more of an inventory and trying to pull in community input from the business community, downtown residents, downtown users, what have you, to kind of just get a picture of where we're at, like a snapshot of where we're at now. So it's not necessarily a utilization study. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think Councilmember Kohler already asked this because I don't think we have a budget for this at this time. We're thinking that staff could do some of this, as you said, unless we start moving on to something more complex like a utilization study or a circulation study.
Yeah, I mean, I always have to couch when staff could do some of this time permitting. I mean, we do have other obligations, but we could fit this in.
So your recommendation at this time is to go for sort of the lower end review of what we snapshot of what we have and incorporating some sort of community engagement.
And then I think, do the data collection, do a little bit of community engagement, kind of figure out where we're at, what are the issues related to parking, and kind of collect all those in like a staff memo and bring those back to the town council and go, here's what we've discovered. Kind of like a white paper approach. And then do you want to do anything with this at that point? And then we would have options for here's the next steps and then see if you wanted to proceed.
Great, thanks. That helps to really clarify it. So I'll have comments later, but I just wanted to make sure I understood what we were talking about. Do we have more questions from council members before we move on to public comment?
Before you do that, I just would like to, we're at 10 o'clock. So
Thank you.
I think that we can finish. So I would make a motion to continue on to finish this agenda. So basically waive the 10 o'clock.
Second.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much for pointing that out. Okay, so unless there are no other questions from council members, I'd like to move on to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to bring up our January meeting. So generally when we have a traffic impact study, and so I see this with all these reports, we talk about things that are very clear. Before COVID, the average Marin County household generated approximately 11.7 car trips per day. If we round that down to 10, the impact from School Street Plaza should be an additional 2,400 car trips per day. You had our last consultant, Andrew Hill, in January, change the parameters and say we don't look at intersections, we do VMTs, and we are so lucky by putting that in right there in the middle of town, it's going to reduce our pre-existing traffic by 15%. And you wonder why we question all the things we hear up here. I mean, come on, put 243 units and it reduces our traffic impact around the building because we changed the title of VMT. I think we should question all this stuff. I think it should be holistically looked at. I don't think we should parse out one thing. You need to look at all the impacts from all your future developments that you're implementing and planning right now, because it'll make a substantial impact. There shall be no egress when there's a fire or flood. All the service vehicles to help us, ambulances and fire trucks and police, they need to come in. All the people will want to get out. This is what you should be discussing with real numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bell?
Mark Bell, I'm looking forward to actually seeing staff walking around at night, getting actual numbers, since most of you are never around here at night. I remember Jim Moore hired a parking expert. I think it was like $1,500. He got upset because we told him that we're not Pasadena. He wanted to put parking meters everywhere. It was just wonderful. They made a fortune. Well, probably not, and definitely didn't happen here. And the reaction from the residents was definitely not in favor. You know, you're looking at all the parklets there that are eating up parking spots. They're basically have been given away to the businesses at 30 cents a square foot, when retail inside is $3 plus a square foot. $1 a square foot would, be quite reasonable. That would be 30,000 a year instead of, Village Saki, like 4 tables eating there in one night pays their parklet for a year. But then you're going to tell people that, oh, well, we have this lack of parking and now you're going to have to pay for it. And then, of course, you're talking about hiring another consultant. Wow, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. Another consultant. Yes, let's hire more consultants. Maybe we should have consultants to hire the consultants.
Thank you. Mr. Greenberg?
Hi there. I know Fairfax is a little bit smaller than where our planning director hails from in Rohnert Park, and Rohnert Park's development budget is $4 million, and we're only spending $1 million here. I sure hope he doesn't want to grow it into Rohnert Park, but there was 8 to 10% growth while he was there. So why not here? Why not here? Because we're choking already. I have a friend who took 50 plus minutes to get to the highway the other day. We are spending $3,000 something on disaster planning. We're shortchanging disaster planning, we're shortchanging street maintenance, and we want to hire another consultant and do parking meters. Because, and I'm going to quote what was just said, techniques have been perfected to optimize parking spaces. I differ in that. I'd say techniques have been perfected, and you can see it in San Francisco, in downtown San Francisco, where people no longer stay there, where businesses have failed. It's a failed city center. Techniques have been perfected not to optimize parking, but to use it to penalize it and prevent it. We don't need parking meters at $15,000 plus per that San Anselmo's paying. We need to recover our existing parking spaces that have been given to EVs, and we need a game plan that's rational for the parklets. We need to provide more parking spaces and require the big buildings that you want to build to have adequate parking. We need to have common sense. What is going on? Why are you spending, and thinking that you can grow this? Do you ever hear the term right size?
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to advocate for the more ambitious level of the parking and circulation study. I think it's a critical step towards improving safety, access, and economic vitality in the heart of Fairfax. A couple things you might want to include in that study is to study this connection, which I think was previously studied, the LC to Sir Francis Drake, This could improve emergency response time by providing a faster, more direct route for fire, police, and medical services. It also could add network redundancy, which is essential during things like wildfires. Secondly, I think we should explore the feasibility of a roundabout at Bolinas and Broadway. These roundabouts are proven to reduce vehicle conflicts and calm traffic. And when they're designed with care, they can improve safety for people walking and biking. They can reduce vehicle idling and emissions and create a more attractive public realm. Third, yeah, I think it's time for a detailed parking capacity and utilization study. Councilmember Hellman mentioned the study that I and some volunteers did in 2021. We counted 888 spaces. I think counting the spaces is the easy part. What we really need to get is data on utilization. When and how are these spaces being used to understand if there's capacity, if there's unutilized spaces, how we can improve the management of existing parking and determine whether new parking is needed, or if we can do more with what we already have. I mean, parking is a limited resource. We shouldn't be giving it away for free. The third thing is I think we should assess the feasibility of creating a parking benefit district. This would allow PBDs allowed revenue from paid on-street parking to be reinvested directly into the neighborhood where it's collected. And a well-managed PBD could support the general plan goals that were just stated. Critically, though, a parking benefit district, it keeps decision-making local. A group of residents and businesses could guide how those funds are spent. And managing parking can actually provide more parking availability for local businesses by keeping a subset of spaces vacant. So I advocate
Thank
for
you.
the more ambitious version
And
of that
could
study.
you, if we could find a way to get that, I'd love to look at the plan that he
Yeah, sure.
prepared. So if
I
that's,
can send that to you. It's real simple little.
thank you. Mallory, Ms. Guyton?
About the plan, I'm completely against meters. It's going to really change the town. And let's get some of the parking spaces that we had on from the Good Earth down on the other side of the street by the post office, so people can park there and take out some of those two-lane gardens. And even if you'd have more spaces. And also, if we're going to build these large apartment buildings, then there should be a requirement per person. Whoever has a car should have a space, and that should be in part of the requirement for the town. If you're gonna have two people with two cars in these big, I don't know what we're up to now, 6 or 7 stories, then have room for their cars. We were fine before that, and we will be fine after that. But I am completely against having people pay for their parking spaces now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the line? Oh, okay. Ms. London.
Hi. Yeah, I'm sort of in agreement with Mallory. I think there's no appetite really for people in Fairfax to be feeding meters. There's no room on Broadway to be putting meters. And those little kiosks, I mean, I never use them. And so I think that would be a mistake. It's going to be a turnoff, and local businesses are already starving for customers. It's just one more block. It's just one more barrier to comfortable shopping downtown. That's what I have there. A permit of the parklets, sensitive subject for me, as I'm sure you all know. That our parklet cost is probably $85,000, $90,000 we pay annually. I think I was the first one and may remain the only one who actually has a permit. I just actually paid it again, have my insurance in, and yeah, we're not paying $3 a foot for it, but we're maintaining the hell out of it, at a lot of money per year. It's quite expensive. So, and it provides community gathering spaces, and actually customers love it. Everyone loves it. So I think it would be a mistake to mess with those on many levels. The Rompang, or I'm sorry, the circle thing on Broadway and Bolinas is an interesting idea, but we don't have room. You need a lot of room for those. It's just not there. And what else? I don't know. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
No meters.
Okay. And people online?
There are 3 speakers on Zoom. The first speaker is Rick, followed by Deb. Rick, you can unmute yourself.
Downtown Fairfax, we have a real shortage of public parking in this town. And one of the reasons we might think about impact fees is to help finance that some type of parking lots, parking garages. We have several derelict properties in downtown, which could be more parking spots. We have, of course, the parklets, which are, the rent level of those is really quite low. And if School Street Plaza winds up being redeveloped and Bank of America wind up getting redeveloped, this is going to be a severe burden on other businesses such as the Fairfax Market and Fairfax Lumber. We really need more public parking in this town. We can't ignore it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Deb, followed by Manuelita. Deb, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. I'm also against changing the whole nature of our town by putting in meters or kiosks or paid parking. I'm sure there's a different way to address that. Regarding traffic studies, I collected data from 2012 through 2017. We paid Parisi, the traffic engineer, about $124,000. And I took the memos from the check registers from the financial statement reporting. About $29,000 of that was for traffic analysis. Traffic analysis, traffic calming. So I think there must be some reporting from those monies that were spent, which could also add to your stable of traffic reporting. So I would go back there, and if you need dates, mostly it was 2016 through 2017. I could provide you the data. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Manuelita. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you, council members, and good evening. I would really like to advocate for studying the feasibility of a parking benefit district. I think it's really important that we collect data and that we get detailed parking capacity and utilization study. We need accurate data on parking supply, turnover, and peak demand to make informed decisions. The study will help us identify underutilized spaces, improve management of existing parking, and determine whether new parking is truly needed. If we can do more with what, or we can do more when we already have. Finally, we should assess the feasibility of creating a parking benefit district. I think this can fund sidewalk repairs, which are very much needed in our town, landscaping and bike infrastructure, public space upgrades and placemaking projects, and transit access or demand management program. I must say that as a member of the community, I am really shocked by the resistance to change in the community, change that will benefit us all. And I think that we can see that at a national level right now. So I urge Fairfax residents to be okay with really having the facts and making informed decisions from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we are going to bring it back. I just wanted to check on a couple of things before I move to deliberation. I've seen a bunch of people ask about whether or not we have impact fees for new development. And I think, Jeff, at one point you sort of explained to me what kind of, somebody's been asking about impact fees and how that would, do we have impact fees for new development that could be used towards parking or other purposes?
Well, we have kind of a somewhat generic impact fee. It's called an encroachment fee, and it's based on the valuation of a project. And so if it's over $1 million valuation, then it's 1% of the valuation is kind of paid as an impact fee to go towards infrastructure. And then there's impact fees related to kind of building permits. Like when a building permit issues, there's 5% of the building permit charge goes to a transportation fund. So there are a couple of impact fees that the town has, and those are adopted by the council every year and updated.
Okay, great. Thank you, because that's come up and it sort of was mentioned in one of the speaker's comments. Could you clarify what vehicle miles traveled is and what the change was? And it wasn't, I don't think it was us that decided it. I think it's actually either a national or a state change.
Yeah, it's a very technical CEQA change. It's a way that you measure traffic. And so the state did have a requirement for level of service, which kind of measures traffic flow at intersections and that type of thing. And then the vehicle miles traveled is just an overall, how many miles does this particular vehicle travel? I mean, it basically is what it says. And they changed that because it encourages more multimodal transportation options. And is less specific to just motor vehicles, single occupancy vehicles. So it's intended to kind of encourage more pedestrian and bicycle traffic.
And that change wasn't from the town of Fairfax. That change
At
was
the state level, state
Okay.
level environmental change.
Okay, and then the final thing is I think people are not understanding what the general plan is. So for instance, if the general plan has an item that says we could study the use of basically parking meters, that's not necessarily what you're recommending, right? We are just saying that this is what's in the general plan as a potential desirable that citizens, I think, put together the general plan at some point and sort of identified these different things that might be desirable.
I hate to put it on the town council, but actually it's the town council's document. So it's the document that the town council that existed in 2012. So that is kind of the policy document for the town. So now the town council could change that at any time. You'd have to go through and update it.
Right, okay, so I moved here in probably 2012, so I wasn't aware of how that worked. So it's good to know. So that is just like a possible recommendation that people research that, where it's not what we're necessarily recommending tonight, right?
Correct. It was just an idea that was in the 2012 general plan.
Great, okay, so let's move to deliberation from other council members. I see Councilmember Kohler's hand.
Yeah, and I believe Lou Tremaine was the mayor at the time that signed the general plan, but it was a group of residents that helped work on that developed that. A couple of things before I specific. Several years ago, before Council Member Egger was on the council yet again, he did bring up ideas of potentially charging for parking. And at the retreat we had in, I think it was March, there was a discussion of looking at paying for parking in the lots only, the 3 lots the mono lot, the parkade, as well as the pavilion lot. No parking along the street, which is what San Anselmo is doing, which is going to be quite extensive. And at the retreat, there were 3 council members that voted to at least look into that, not that we're doing it. So I just want to throw that out there. That was one of our goals, and 3 of us agreed to look into it. And as far as, I mean, I appreciate Mr. Bela's work for the town way back during COVID days, doing a lot of work for us for free that helped move us into parklets, which some love, some don't love. But I just want to say, we did lose some parking spaces due to parklets, but they are here to stay as far as I know, unless this council or some other council changes that. And I think they've included the vibrancy of our town, but we did lose some parking spaces. We also lost some parking spaces when the state law changed that you cannot park within a certain number of feet of an intersection, and that's a safety issue. And we didn't do that. That was a state law, but it's safety. People parking at those intersections is really dangerous for the cars parked there, but it's more dangerous for people trying to cross the street. So I think that was a good thing. I also think we do have something from 2003 that was the first study of parking. It sounds like Mr. Bela did more work for 888 spaces. Looking at the old parking study, there were things in there that are out of date. We do not have the funding to do available to do an extensive circulation study and all these things that I respectfully, think would probably be good in the future, but I think we have really pressing needs with our roads and some of our other things, and we just don't have the funding for that. But what I do like is the idea of staff with business people updating the parking studies. I think we need to get what Mr. Bela did at the time and see where we're at. And then I like what you talked about, Jeff, which was in getting more input on what people have concerns about parking, and then coming back with kind of a white paper and potential options. I think some of our things that we tend to do is bite off more, and we make everything a big holistic project. But I like what I heard and what my feeling was, which was, let's do small steps. Let's see where we're at before we make any decisions. Having a baseline, I think, will really help us. And I don't think we will get back all the parking spaces, but for years, we had a policy of no loss of parking spaces. So every time we got rid of one, I was always insisting, how are we replacing that? And when Mr. Toy was our town manager, we always found a way to replace one. But because of parklets, because of state law changes, we don't have everything that we did in the past, and I don't think we will. But I think we ought to, get back to basics, understand what we have, and I don't think we can even afford to spend $25,000. I think we should do this with staff, with, as Councilmember Giangelli suggests, a couple of merchants who know this town, walk the town, and let's get her done, and then look at this more stepwise rather than taking on another big project that, frankly, we don't have time for all this. But I don't disagree with Mr. Bela and others. I think Daniele Petroni wrote us, these are all great ideas. If we could do everything, that would be wonderful, but I don't think we're there. So that's my direction on this. And I want to say I appreciate Bryn and Jeff putting this together for us. I think this is a really good start. And one other thing, my recollection, and I could be wrong, that Councilmember Egger has been asking for a parking study several times, and I think this is responsive to get the ball rolling. So that's where I'm looking at is a low-key effort and looking at things incrementally. Thank you.
I'll go. Sure. Okay, I'll go. And then you,
In that
sorry,
case-
since you don't care. I mean, I know you care actually, but not that. Anyway, 46 years. I've owned and operated businesses in Fairfax since I was 21 years old. That's 46 years ago, I guess. I only went to Drake, so I got to add those two numbers up. Okay, there it is. And most of them in the Alpine building. And so personally, and this is something for down the road, I suppose, but I would feel not only as a merchant, but as a council member, I would like to be on any committee that walks around town and helps with a parking type, traffic, whatever. I like some input on that, just to, I think there would be a lot of experience behind my helping in that situation. So I'm asking for that. I don't ask for too much. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah, sadly, I agree with Councilmember Kohler. We just don't have the funding right now. But I also want to just emphasize that it's not, like Mr. Bayless said, it's not, the easy part is counting spots. It's not, it's more than that, right? So respectfully, yeah, I'm on board with Mike being part of it. The Chamber of Commerce, I know, wants to be engaged. Whoever wants to be part of it, but it's beyond counting spots. You know, and that's where technical expertise comes in to play, right? Circulation, what's happening, what's on the horizon, what's changing in terms of trends and usage and so forth. I certainly don't have that expertise. I don't think any of us do. So maybe we start small and revisit this, you know, in 6 months, but you know, I could ask a 10-year-old to count how many spots there are. That's the easy part. I mean, okay, but do you have the technical expertise to, you have circulation, traffic study expertise?
I have 46 years of experience in Fairfax. Yes. I would say I do. I'm not the only one that has it in town,
Okay.
by the way.
All right, that's all I have to say for
Many
now.
people
Thank
out
you
here
for your work
could
on
do it.
this.
Mr. Egger, did you have comments or questions?
Yes. The elephant in the room is the potential for 7 downtown high-rise housing towers. A typical development like School Street Plaza generates 7.2 vehicle trips per day. That's 1,750 new vehicle trips per day downtown Fairfax. The plans that I went to the open house at the pavilion, and the plans that the developer showed
So I think we need to.
was one floor of commercial,
Mhm.
but there's no parking for the shoppers.
So,
So
let him
if we're
just
going to do, if we're
Jen,
going
you
to
need to
do
speak into the
a
mic.
town center parking and
You know,
and
Frank,
School Street
I
Flats, let me tell
understand
you.
what you're saying.
Please, can I
Can we
finish?
calm down?
No, you can't
Wait,
because
wait,
it's
wait.
not on
No,
the
Michael,
agenda,
Michael, sit
okay?
down. I'm
Thank
moderating
you.
the meeting. Could you guys all be quiet? Everyone, that's enough. That is enough. Michael, sit down.
Thank you.
Sit down. I will ask you to be.
Thank you.
Stop. I want people to calm down for a second. Okay. I want to hear calm down for a second. I am wanting to listen to what Mr. Egger has to say. That's why I'm trying to get you to calm down. And you need to not jump up. You're disrupting the meeting, and I'm going to give you a warning. You're disrupting the meeting. I am moderating the meeting. I would like to hear what Mr. Egger has to say, so people need to stop shouting. Okay? So I would just want to also clarify that we can't go deeply into talking about School Street Plaza. I'd be really interested in knowing, because it's not on the agenda. So we need to know, so we need to know how you think the parking study will address this. What will it help with? How will it help? Because I'm really curious, because you are one of the people who really wanted this on the agenda. So how do you see this assisting? Is this addressing the goals that you have for doing this kind of activity?
I'm looking at what's presented to the town council tonight, and it's the town center, and it's talking about parking in the town center and circulation study. I went to the open house. I'm just saying what I saw at the open house. And they talked about one floor of commercial at School Street Plaza, but they had no parking for shoppers and no parking for visitors. So that's, I think if we're going to do a downtown parking and circulation plan, that's the elephant in the room we have to deal with. If we don't, then we're just wasting our time here.
Thank you. And so I'm just, trying to keep the audience quiet and keep staff quiet because I just want to make sure that Mr. Egger could say what he had to say because I would like, he is the person that actually, he and Mr. Gearan-Gilly were the people who really wanted this on the agenda. And so I'm going to ask, council members if they have other things to say. I did want to say a couple of things just because I wanted to make sure that they got to address what it was they wanted to get out of this particular item, since they're the people that were super invested in getting it on the agenda in the first place. And then, I did have my question answered, like, in a perfect world, I would love to see a utilization study where we actually, looked at turnover and assessed whether we actually had enough parking, and we would be able to model whether we had enough parking if we added new development, if we changed circulation flow, if we decided to have paid parking. We don't have the money for that right now. This would not be budgeted, right? So a couple of things that are of interest to me is that it seems like it is feasible to have staff and a group of community members and maybe a council member or maybe even two do some outreach. I would really suggest if we do outreach to the community that it not just be business people, because there are people who live downtown for whom the parking is a supreme issue. There are people who then utilize the downtown but don't live downtown, and for them parking is a different issue because it's not about parking in front of their house. It's about coming downtown and finding a place to park so they can shop. So, it'd be really great to have the outreach, have people walk around together and just think about the issues and count the spaces and bring it back and report it out. It's not going to get us everything that we need in terms of a utilization study, but it would be a good start in terms of getting the community together to talk about it. I think it's something that could go on the budget discussion for next year, whether it's something we wanted to budget, having a more in-depth study. And I agree with Councilmember Hellman that we don't have people with the skills to do a utilization study. It's pretty technical. It requires a lot of time. I did talk to the planning director who wrote us. And yeah, we could probably, I used to conduct studies that used planning commissioner, sorry. So, I used to conduct studies where we trained students or community members to collect data, and it was great. It did take a lot of effort. It did take a lot of supervision, but people learned a lot from it. They were very excited about it. So that could be something that happens in the future. But, I think that the suggestion that we have tonight seems to satisfy both the cost effectiveness and some of the desires of, people in the council who would like to see this move forward. I'm hoping, maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong. And I do think we need to be cost aware at this point because we didn't budget for this. We could budget for it in another year, but it would be good to get a start on it. And then finally, there's another item on this, which I think I thought that we were going to decide whether we should change the general plan to reflect that resolution about not addressing, changing the downtown the way that people had conceived of it several years back when I went to that workshop, and that, I'm just wondering, is that something that we should be discussing? Are we going to be adding that as something that we would like to do so that it is clear that we are, that somebody doesn't have to go find the resolution, that it's actually in the general plan, that is not something we are now addressing. So I'm just, asking that part.
Well, we do have an opportunity to do a general plan cleanup. There's actually a general plan update currently underway. We're going to be having a study session at the Planning Commission next Thursday, and it's mostly focused on the safety element because we need to update the safety element to be consistent with the local hazard mitigation plan, and we're also updating the land use element. And the update to just to do some cosmetic updates and to make it consistent with the housing element, but we're also at the same time we're incorporating policies that are in the town center element into the land use element, and then the town center element is being eliminated. So with that process, we would be implementing basically that resolution that was adopted in 2017, if that makes sense. So
Okay, so you don't need direction from us on that. That's a
it's
given.
kind of already just coincidentally underway because we had to do the update anyway. So you should be seeing that we're doing a study session in May, and then we hope to have a public hearing with the Planning Commission in June, and then bring it to the council in July.
Okay, great. And so tonight, you're just looking for direction. We're not voting on a particular option. You're looking for direction from the council.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically just the study session, just to try to. I didn't really know what scope of the work that the council was after, and so I think I'm getting a feeling that it's kind of just doing that simple parking analysis for now, potentially working with a small group of residents and business owners, and then coming back in 6 months with a white paper.
Okay, and so we are going to leave it up to you to figure out how to solicit those residents. And I know the Chamber of Commerce is already interested. So I think it sounds like we all kind of agree, right? Do we agree that this is the right way to move forward, that staff will do we'll use staff to help lead this,
I
and
think
that
6 months is too far out. I mean,
I think we need to stay with 6 months. We have a lot on our plate, Mike.
yeah, there's a concern that I have, that we have so much to do, but in general, whether it's the time, so I hear that maybe there's some concern about the time frame, but in general, are we agreeing that we think the idea of having staff sort of lead an effort with local community members to get a baseline and solicit information, not doing a full utilization study, not doing a full circulation study, but basically just getting a baseline is something that sounds like we're all okay with,
Yes.
but maybe not. So just checking that out, whatever the time frame. I mean, I see people staring at me probably because they're really tired. So I think that's what we want. It sounds like Councilmember Gary would like it to happen sooner than that. But I think we're going to have to defer to the timeline of the other work that we have. But you'll report back to us on where you're at and when we can start this?
Oh yeah, I can. I mean, I could give a progress report in a couple of months.
by the way, we just lost 2 businesses on Bolinas Road this last week. I think if the quicker you get to a parking solution, at least the start of it, 6 months, believe me, that's a long time. The merchants downtown are many are barely making it. We need to take a look at the parking at a quicker pace.
Thank you.
Well, Mayor, can we start an in-house process where we can update these parking spots?
That's what we're
just what
talking
she
about.
said.
That's actually what we're
that's what we're
talking
gonna
about. We're
do, right?
talking
We're not
about
gonna
having
hire
staff.
someone
We're talking about having staff
in-house.
update
Thank
the
you. Yeah.
update the numbers and also solicit input from the community about what the issues are. So that's
Okay.
what, yeah.
Good.
Yeah. And I think that's maybe what you wanted, but just wanted to make sure. So if we're okay with that, I'd like to move on to the consent calendar. And I'm just going to read the instructions about the consent calendar. It's a very short consent calendar. So the council can approve the entire consent calendar with one action or vote. And the alternative items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. Public comment for items on the consent calendar happens once rather than after each individual item. During the public comment period on consent items, speakers may comment on any items from this section of the agenda. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes and may only speak once. So I just wanted to check before we move on to possibly doing a motion, because this would be the time. If you want to pull something off the consent calendar, please do it now. So can we move ahead to public comment? Okay, so let's move to public comment. Go ahead, Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question actually about the whole concept of the consent calendar. I understand the consent calendar should be for ministerial review, renewing our insurance, renewing our street cleaning, something like that. But I've seen many times that we have important things on there, our second readings, our financial disbursements, discussions about the town. And you guys refuse to pull that off even with public request. So that would imply that you already have your minds made up. You already know your decisions. You've already reviewed it, which would be in violation of the Brown Act. Or if you really don't know what's on the consent calendar and you're just voting for it, it'd be malfeasance. And I don't really see a gray area in between either one of those. So either you're telling the public, and excuse me, Mayor, I'd really appreciate if you could listen to these comments.
Listening to your comments and
Okay.
taking careful notes on them. Thank you.
Please. So I really do question how you guys can uniformly vote yes on consent calendar with no discussion, and why it wouldn't be malfeasance, or are you in violation of the Brown Act and you're discussing this behind the scenes, and that's why you're not having a public debate about this? And I really fail to understand how it could be one or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Greenberg?
Todd Greenberg, I'd like to note that Councilwoman Kohler is not here to hear what I have to say. Next. Well, rates have gone up so much for utilities that the utility users tax, the UUT, is already at 83% of the fiscal year passaged as of this report, 111.5% over budget. Would this council consider rebating the over budgeted excess windfall profits from the utility user tax to the poor people of Fairfax who are squeezed and having a hard time making it here? Or is that already spent on outside consultants? Next, a factual record of these meetings is not being presented. At the last meeting, there was no public comment included online or in person in the folder. And my 2 emailed comments that this council I know has received, that the town clerk, the deputy town clerk, and the appointed town clerk have received, were not included in tonight's meeting despite my request. I call on this council to ask appointed town clerk Linda Kenton to resign because she is not present as she indicated she would be at every meeting. She is not fulfilling her spoken promised duties to Fairfax, California, and the people here. And there's a legal dodge going on. I don't know what it is, but there's something fishy. She should be here as she promised she would be. I have some other things if there's any time, but there's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody online? Okay, so can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Whoa,
the
whoa, whoa,
cons-
whoa, whoa.
Frank, you were supposed to pull stuff off in the beginning.
The mayor did not call on me. She called on the public to
The
speak.
Frank, the mayor said that you needed to pull it off before we went to public comments.
I'm pulling it now, let me tell you. If
Okay,
you
let
don't
me-
allow this to be pulled,
Okay, can you just calm
I'm
down?
gonna have to deal with my lawyer. Do you understand that?
Yeah, we
Oh,
do
you
understand.
can laugh all you
No, no,
want.
no. Everybody,
You
can
can
you
laugh
guys,
all you
can
want.
you please calm down for just a second? So I want to mention that I said very clearly, this is the time to pull it. I said, that's when you pull it. We already went over this once.
You know what? There's a real problem here. There's a real problem here. Last month, you spent $146,150 for legal. Your town attorney was $45,423. Best and Krieger was $100,727.88. So you're saying I can't address those issues?
You had your
Another
chance.
question I have, please let me
leading the
finish.
meeting.
Another
Yes.
question I have is, I'm asking where the $1.8 million in federal funds for Park Road is. I see State of California, LAIF, and Bank of Marin. And so I'm asking where the 1.8 million in federal funds are located. Which one of these accounts? Can anybody tell me that?
So I would need some clarification here because my understanding, and I did say it clearly at the beginning, is that the time to pull it is before public comment. Well, I've got a microphone on. If I mean, if you want to have it pulled, I think it's very unusual to go ahead and do that. I haven't seen any other town council do that.
You need to speak into the mic.
Yeah, you do need to speak into the.
I heard you clearly ask if anybody wanted to pull an item.
Tonight?
Yes, Frank.
Yes,
Yes, Frank.
yes. Listen,
I'm
just a sec.
sorry.
Let me just get clarification.
I'm sorry, you were very clear about it. We all heard it. I'm sorry if he didn't hear it or can't hear it.
Let me
I don't
tell
know
you
what
right
else to
now,
do about that.
Okay,
every agenda,
can we
every
just-
agenda, I am pulling the financial data, so you know in advance.
So let's,
Every
you
agenda.
can't do it that way. You need to pull it in the meeting. And, I'm like, I would be fine if you want to have another item, drag the meeting until late at night. That's fine. But, I did clearly say, and that is the usual council protocol for every council I've ever seen, you pull it well before public comment.
And by the way, Frank just asked if we do not put these statements into consent going forward. So I agree with him, by the way. We should be reviewing this every month.
So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to approve the consent calendar.
Can I make it a alternate substitute, whatever motion? Can we just bring it back? This is going to escalate. He's going to freak out. Let's just
So
listen to the man, whatever he has to say. And I would really appreciate someone answering those questions because we know the truth. So let's get the truth out there before.
So let me just suggest that we pull that item in retrospect and in the future that we always pull things before we get to public comment. And let's go ahead and pull the financials and have a discussion. The other item, which is the minutes from, I think, the March 5th meeting, do we want to just move ahead and approve, see if we can approve those as the regular consent calendar and then just pull the financials and discuss them as a separate item? Let's do
Okay,
that.
so I'll make a motion to approve item B of the consent calendar.
Okay, I'm going to second that. That's the March 5th minutes.
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to move on to the financials. And Mike Vivrette was here and I don't, oh, there you are. Fabulous. You tricked me. He moved around. So let's go ahead and have Mr. Egger ask his questions. And I also have a
So
question
there
that
was
I'd like.
two questions already asked. Can we do this in a very organized way? Because I really want to, this is late. So he asked the question about the $1.8 million, which was ARPA. And he also asked the question about 140,000 plus on legal fees, which Janet was refuting. So could we just take those off?
You need to be quiet.
Yeah, Michael, please, you're disrupting the meeting. We've told you before you're disrupting the meeting. Thank you. So let's get clarification on the ARPA funding and what's happening with the ARPA funding, if we could.
There's two elements to what the question is. One is that we keep the ARPA funds in a separate fund. So Fund 25, I believe it is a self-balancing account of everything that is in the ARPA account. The funds themselves are in LAIF as part of the balance that you see there for LAIF.
Okay, so we're looking at LAF, there's $6,113,513. That includes the $1.8 million from the federal government. Now, the reason I'm asking is President Trump is pulling back these numbers. The state agencies and local agencies are spending these funds that were approved, and he's pulling them back. I just want to make sure we've got that money in the bank and he can't get his hands on it.
We have it.
That's
We've
why
already
I'm
talked
asking that
about that.
question.
We already have it.
Understand?
Let's get it.
It wouldn't
Let's let
show
him,
a
can you let him
balance
have
as
his
such.
question?
I-
Let him
If
have
we
his
didn't
question
have the money,
answered.
why would the balance show
I just
that we
want to
did?
know. I just want to know where it was. That's all.
Let him have
Okay,
his
but we
question
have talked
answered,
about
Okay,
please.
that
that's
before.
question number one.
Okay, that's,
The
I just
question number
don't
two.
want to waste our time.
No, I don't
We
want to waste
talked
your
about
time at
that.
all. I don't want to waste your time. Question number two, I was just questioning the legal costs that we spent for the month. And it was for $146,150.88. That's all. $100,727.88 went to Best and Krieger. And I'm assuming that was for the Wall property litigation and the Kunst litigation. And then 45,423 went to our current town council.
So to clarify
So,
for you,
Did I miss something here? Or
no, you haven't missed anything.
Okay.
The expenses included 2 months of payments
Okay.
to the
Well,
town
I just looked
attorney.
at the dates. It was
and-
4/8 and 4/23, but it's 2 months. Okay.
Yeah, that was for
Okay.
December and for January.
Okay.
Is there a way that you
Thank
could
you.
clarify that going forward? Because we've had that same question come up, and I do think it's
Well, the check
confusing.
register has all that information. I'm looking at the check register and reading from that. So it's in the report.
Can you
in
point
the
that out to
detail.
him so he
Yeah,
knows that?
listen,
Because
it was handed out to, I went through page by page. I mean, I'm telling you. What do you think I do with it? You think I just,
but did you hear what I'm saying?
I hear what
So
you're saying.
you've rightfully so, and I'm glad you're doing your due diligence as a council member, but the billing comes in and for whatever reason, it's not paid upon receipt. Whatever their process is, you're paying 2 invoices at a time. And so it creates an inflated number in your mind, I think. I don't want to put words in your mouths, but it creates a number in your mind that you think is too high for a monthly legal expense. But it's more than 1 month. And this happened last month too.
There's still, what is it? We still have to pay May and June this year, right? For legal, whatever bills that come in.
Yeah, we have, I don't have the numbers that we paid in May.
May's not included in this.
Correct. This is only through April.
Okay,
So
thank
what we've paid already in May is not.
I'm just trying to get a handle on our expenses, that's all.
Wait.
Great.
We respect
So
that.
have we been able to answer your questions adequately? I do have a question myself, which is, last time we had quite a number of questions referring to bottled water. And my understanding is that the bottled water is not like, bottles of water that we're throwing away. It's actually, it says Alhambra. I'm assuming that's the water coolers in the office, right?
We have 3 areas that have water coolers. We have the town hall itself, the public works yard, and the police department. None of those has kitchen facilities. So if anybody was going to get a glass of water, they'd have to go into the bathroom and take it off from the tap. So you couldn't take a water bottle and stick it underneath the tap to fill it up. So those 3 areas do have water delivery in 5-gallon bottles for employees and guests to drink from. At the community center, we don't have bottled water. We have a kitchen facility there, and the sink works fine for us.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from council members about the financials or other issues that you want to raise before we go to public comment? Okay, let's bring it back to public comment. Mr. Greenberg?
Hi, Todd Greenberg asking you to join me this evening in some basic math related to the financial statements. On page 3, shows a gas tax fund revenues of $409,352. Later on, there's a vehicle license tax in lieu fee that's $900,000. Then there's road impact fees, and street opening fees of $300,000. Can anyone add that up for me? Maybe the finance director can add that up. And would you please compare that small total of transportation focused revenue versus our meager expenditures of 500 some odd $1,000 for street maintenance, and explain where the rest of those funds are being diverted? People would like answers and know why they're having to repair their cars and having accidents, and why the town is paying out on people that are injured and slipping on sidewalks and having accidents in the road. Why are we not spending the money that comes in for transportation on transportation? It's simple. Go back to basics and take care of this town, please. At its most basic level, that's what you were elected for, and you're failing. The next thing is the town attorney is $269,000, in her own words, anticipated to be over budget. Now it looks like it might be even more than that. That's 79% over budget. Why?
You. Thank you.
Mark Bell. 5 gallons of reverse osmosis water at the Good Earth is $2. I'm sure they would be happy to drop it off at Town Hall. $2, 5 gallons. We could be saving thousands. And as regarding the confusion about pulling items off the consent calendar, it's kind of like orchestrated, right? So if you say that, and then of course the town attorney is going to back you up that you said it, and if the council member doesn't pull it out, you don't let the public pull items off the consent calendar. Maybe a council member would say, you know what? Maybe we should take another look at that. But just because you said it, that means that it's shut down. So it's just another avenue of your non-transparency that has been going on for years. You're supposed to be responsible and responding to the town. So I would suggest if you have a consent calendar, you wait until the public has spoken about pulling items off to see then if a council member agrees and will pull off the item, because you won't let anyone from the public do it.
Next, please.
So, council, before Barbara Kohler was on this council, I personally would make requests about pulling things off consent. And guess what? They'd be pulled off. They'd be open for a debate. They could educate the public and include the public so we could adequately participate. But really what I want to cover here is I'm seeing a continued rudeness and impropriety to your fellow council member. I don't see the three of you doing it to each other. I don't see you doing it to Michael, but every time I see Frank Egger speak, you interrupt him. Whether it's a question, oh, nope, this is only questions before public debate. Then he will go ahead and deliberate and share a comment afterwards, and you'll shut him down. You will then try to bring the attorney in who's been so rude to say, oh, can't you hear? Is that ringing your hearing aids? Talking about civility. And then our vice mayor, when she's cutting me off, the same person that goes in front of Fairfax Lumber and throws all of Todd's information on the street. No, this is
Are you
about
speaking
this
about
consent.
the financials right now? Because you need to speak about the
Financials
financials.
of this
You need to be
consent
speaking about the
calendar. I
financials.
am.
Thank you.
They are not allowed to be presented to the public. You guys are obfuscating. You're spending it on your own little pet projects that Todd properly brought up $1.4 million when you're only spending 500 grand when they're road impact fees. And we keep getting run around in circles. And when your fellow council member starts to ask you questions, so just very nicely, maybe there's an explanation. Maybe, oh, we have a special account that we retain things. You shut him down. You interrupt him. You do not let him finish. Even if he had a thought, it's almost like there's a plan to interrupt that thought and try to diminish him. And I'm telling you, it is very apparent. Everybody that's here can see this, but the rudeness, it requires
Thank
me
you.
to, no, it
Thank
requires,
you.
I've never
No, you've
spoken over, I'm
spoken a
sure.
lot, and I would like to move
What
on
I
to
don't
Zoom.
like
There's one speaker on Zoom. Yeah. There's one speaker on
Let's
Zoom.
move to the speaker on Zoom.
Deb, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. In regards to speaking about the financial statements, with this 2-minute time clock, breathing down your neck, I did watch the 2017, September 6, 2017 council meeting to deal with things that I thought were pertinent to this meeting. And I would suggest perhaps that everybody go back and look at that meeting or one in that era, because in those days, we could pull something from consent, the public could. The council members were friendly with each other, acting as members of a community. The interaction between the community and the council was friendly. We were having conversations, and that's changed drastically. And I really miss what we had then. And I hope that we can make some moves to try to get back there. I really would suggest that you all go back and look at what was going on then and see if we can come back to a more respectful and friendly place with each other, because we all live here. And why can't we get along? So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom? Okay, so I'm just going to clarify one thing. I have been trying to get other council members to let Mr. Egger speak. I silenced staff to let Mr. Egger speak. So there is not this attempt to silence him. I have actually been trying to facilitate him, making sure that he was getting what he wanted out of the traffic study. So, I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about what's going on here, and you need to stop shouting, please. So I am going to ask, just if there is a way that we can, I think part of the problem with pulling things after public comment is then people are commenting on the same things multiple times. But if there is a way that we can legally do that, and if that is what, we need to have happen, I'm okay with it, but I want to make sure that it's something that we can do. Because I think that Mr. Egger will want to pull the financials every meeting. So, I'm just going to confer with staff about that after the meeting, about whether we can do that. And I did want to confirm one more time, Mr. Vivret, you have gone over our budget extensively. You will again, I believe, in June. You have explained on multiple occasions whether or not we are in a deficit and what is happening with the road budget. So I'm going to assume that you will be doing that again in June, right? To answer some people's questions. Okay, great. I think we now
So
need to
can I
vote
make
whether
a
we're going to
motion
accept the financials.
to receive for a received financial statement and disbursement reports for April 2025.
Second.
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
I want to say one thing and that about the budget in general, and that is, the work looks good. It's nothing about the work that Michael's doing. It's about the way we allocate our monies and where they're going to, and how we're neglecting our streets when we have money to do that. These are decisions that we get to make. So I'm going to vote against the budget, not because Michael didn't do a good job, but I do not agree philosophically with the way this
Okay,
town
so-
is spending their money. So no.
Thank you. And it's not the budget we're talking about right now, it's the financials, and we'll talk about the budget in June.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Thank you. So I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Jonathan Shaw Conley. Thank you.
Thank you.